I'm here because it's a very rainy day and I am stuck inside, and there are plenty of things I could be doing in the house when it comes to reconstruction and remodeling and what have you, but I figured I need to go see my Colombo people, so here we are, all together. All right, let's get situated. I know it's kind of dark, but rainy day. And, you know. Okay. How's the quality? Am I smooth, or is the rain actually causing trouble with the stream? Good audio, okay. You say very nice. Loud and clear, seems okay. Okay. Sometimes the weather can cause trouble, but looks like we're okay today. Well, I haven't done this in a while, so that is a lot of like getting things in order so that you take care of whoever's watching you better. Oh, I better get my notebook paper out. Margaret's already throwing money at me. Thanks, Margaret. You'd think I would have been more organized today. I just suddenly decided to do this. All right, Margaret. Thank you so much. Yes, I still pen and paper everybody's name when you give, because, I don't know, makes you feel special or makes me feel like I'm doing something. Yes, snap decision. Am I spontaneous? Well, you saw the title. Today was a spontaneous thought. I know last time I streamed, I asked all your opinions on what I should do for streams because I want it to be more than just my face. Because I don't like just staring at my face. And if you do, you can look in the corner there on the side. But I also wanted to just show you stuff, and it's usually probably always gonna be Colombo themed, because at the moment my whole channel is Colombo. It got quiet in the chat. I just want to make sure nothing's frozen. Okay. I got a good morning from Duvui. Thank you. You are also a very individual person. All right. Andre says, this is a delightful surprise watching from Australia. This is one of the best things about the internet, how we can communicate around the world. Before we start, I have one item of show and tell, because one of my fans, do you remember, if any of you were here for my last stream, we just randomly got on the topic of my little drawings, and I said that I don't remember if I said this or somebody else brought it up, but that I would trade a drawing for a Colombo prop. Specifically, it was the tape player from Swan Song. And a very generous viewer named Ben did. So I traded a drawing, and he sent me a tape player from Colombo. It's not the literal tape player from Colombo, but you know, it is the same model. And I will show you so this is from Swan Song. You remember when he gets to play I Saw the Light with the new high-pitched soprano girl in there. So, oh, do I not have volume? But this tape player, you see this tape player. I gotta fix my volume, clearly. before I get a copyright strike, I gotta pause that and figure out my volume situation. Oh, the speakers say it's my microphone. Does that make sense? Why would it default to that? Is there sound now? Where's my sound? No. This? Is there sound now? There we go. All right. Well, that tape player he sent to me, I can show you which picture also that he traded for. There's such a delay right now. I don't know where I am. Okay, while I look for this picture. I'm kind of scatterbrained this morning. Looking for my desktop, Columbo, my deleted scene drawings. Here's the one that I traded for this tape player. Pretty sweet trade, I would say. So this is from Double Exposure. And I got a sweet tape player out of the deal. I know I have cassette tapes somewhere in my house, but they're still in boxes. And I know I've lived in our house for 2 years. But as I said, I don't know, maybe 100 times that the whole house is under construction. So a lot of things are in boxes still. So it's got very nice buttons. Buttons that, the whole thing's metal. It probably weighs, I don't know, 2 pounds. It's so cool. How do we open it again? Okay, I think it's this. I think it's this. There we go. We can put our tape in there. Another day I'll get a cassette. Yes, I need to send me some cassettes to play in the episode. Yep, nice clickety buttons. Here's our record button. Except you can't hit it because there's no cassette in there. I haven't figured out what this red and green with a line on it is. I gotta hold on, let me see if I can. There is like a literal 20-second delay, and so I'm just sitting here waiting until I catch up. Here we go. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Could be volume bar. No, it doesn't seem to change because this is the volume. I don't know what that is. But yes, we have our play, stop, fast forward. It's just so cool. Like, I love this kind of stuff. So I think you have to open it to get into the batteries. That's where their batteries would go. Luckily, they're double A's and not a big old D battery. Oh, it could be for the radio. Is there a radio? I don't think there's a radio on this. There's no radio. Maybe it has something to do with the microphone. There isn't a microphone with it. But it's just so cool. Let's go back and look at. You know, my last stream about the most gruesome murders, I kept getting permission for it to be unblocked by NBC, and then it kept getting reblocked. See, here is the thing that I'm questioning. But I'd say I got a pretty decent deal out of the whole thing, trading in my stick figure for this. So it's always an option. If any of you want any of my drawings, give me an offer and I'll trade you. Okay. I got all my other ones here. And it's the literal sheet of paper. It's not a copy from this. All right, so let's get down to business, shall we? And I've been ignoring you all this time. I'm sorry. I will stop ignoring you now. I was just excited about that tape player. It's so cool. I like anything that came from an episode of Columbo. Well, let's see. I'm going to start back down at the bottom here. David said, if I had episode-specific tech, I would, but I don't, so I guess I'm out. That's okay. Ben actually bought that on eBay and just sent it to me, which was very kind. Well, when it comes to creating an episode, there are two beverages that I start with is coffee. Today we're using a Scottish Terrier cup because I have a Scottie. What murder have you stepped into? That will be soon revealed. And then a glass of water. Those are the only two things that I have with me when I start an episode. So far, you might be disappointed to learn that I have not actually really started on negative reaction. I'm starting today. But the very first thing I do is while I am, stay hydrated. While I am video capturing the episode, because I don't know how to just take it off of a DVD, I just video capture and watch the episode. I take notes while I'm doing that. This is all the notes that I got. It's if something stands out to me, usually a prop or a character, or do I need to move it this way? I gotta figure out which side I should be holding things on. No, it's too far. Hi, Matthew. Yep, you get to watch live. Coffee is always a must, isn't it, Brooklyn? Kat says negative reaction is one of their favorite episodes. Yes, it is actually one of mine too. There's a spoiler for you. So our episode, I've already got it here. We're not going to let it play too long because my videos just get blocked immediately. What was I going to say? Okay, so let's pretend like you're not here because I'm obviously distracted. But I'm not going to pretend like you're not here. I sit down, I record the video, I take tiny notes as I watch. Now at this point, now that I have watched the video, I actually look at my only two books that I use for physical reference material. The rest is me, and I will look at the internet. Scott says, you've been waiting on this. Well, I hope you're not going to be having too high expectations. It's not a very complicated thing. Or maybe it is. I don't know. I've been doing it a while, I guess. James Burns says Dick Van Dyke will be 100 in December. Isn't that something? I'm so happy for him. Kat recommends Dick Van Dyke's Diagnosis Murder series. Some episodes were extremely Columbo-esque. Rob says, oh gosh, I really wish I weren't at work right now. Thank you for everything you do. I know, every time I stream, it's probably going to be during work hours. And I'm sorry about that. But that's when I'm available. Matthew says we should do Columbo watch parties somehow. I would love that. I think I could do it here, but my video would just immediately get deleted afterwards. I don't think they will delete it during a stream, but I'm not 100% sure. Dick Van Dyke's still working? That's good to hear. It's good for you. It's like Clint Eastwood. Isn't he still working? He's not going on 100, but he's pretty old. Hello from Ireland, Stephen McLaughlin. So the first book that I read is actually this one because I don't like it quite as much as the other one. And I think I might get in trouble if I actually read it all out loud to you, because even this is copyrighted. I guess I can find out, and if I get in trouble, I'll cut it out, I suppose. So the way this particular book is set up is it has all the Who wrote it, who directed it, who produced it, executive producers, all the stuff, assistant decorations, unit manager, editors, and all that. That's all listed on here first. DJ Denny says, I am 69 years old and have sleep issues. You have to use a CPAP. I'm sorry, but running your videos relaxes me more than your meds. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry you have trouble sleeping. Sleep is so important, which is too bad. It's too bad we need sleep. It'd be nice if we didn't. Wouldn't we be more productive? I should get credit for you running my videos at night, yes, because the watch time, yeah, it should all be good, which I really appreciate you, DJ Denny. Bambusa says, all the elites who can afford streaming services. What do you mean? You can just buy the DVD set for like $55. And there you have all the videos, all the episodes forever. Terry wants to know if I'll be saving this live chat. Yes, I will be. Well, Margaret, now you're a Columbo fan. Margaret is feeling generous. Thank you, Margaret. Jack says he has a piece of artwork that Falk used to sell on his website. It's yours. Where can I send it? Oh, did you want to do a trade, or are you just simply wanting to send it to me? You'd have to email me. I'm not going to be getting wild on the live stream giving you all my information. And my email is my channel name at gmail.com. Are you ever going to do a con signing appearance or cameo? I don't know what that means, Matthew. Do you mean like going to an event? And a cameo? Probably not. Nobody wants me. I'm a nobody. Cameo in what? Mr. Shy says, I've gone to bed watching your year-long marathons of episodes as well. Thank you. Yep, Tubi plays all the episodes for free. You're right, Brooklyn. There's just ads in it, and the ads aren't overbearing. I actually think YouTube's ads are worse than Tubi's ads. YouTube just gets wild with their ads. And yeah, I know you can skip there's some you can skip after 5 seconds, but like if you're not at your computer or at your phone, like maybe you're in the middle of something and you had it on in the background, if you don't skip that ad, it's going to be like a 5 or 10 minute ad. It's ridiculous. YouTube makes me so mad sometimes. Thank you, Jack Burton. I'll be looking forward to hearing from you. Just watch it for days at gmail.com. Getting wild on the live stream would be a good title. I'd probably get a lot of people showing up, right? Yep, you're right. Anyways, I'm not getting very far, am I? David says, we like you and know who you are. Oh, thank you. Yeah, but, you know, the only people that show up as cameos are like really known people. And if you compare me to any popular or famous or more successful YouTube channel, mine's quite small. And I get comments a lot about how few subscribers I have for how many views I have, and I'm not sure the reason for that, which is fine. A. Bertasso says, American living in Australia. And one of the few reasons I used to keep regular cable was to catch Columbo. And then, of course, I'd watch your channel. Now your channel is helping me with my homesickness. So you're an American living in Australia. What brought you to Australia? Yes, I'm working on the Dick Van Dyke episode this very second. I am apologizing that I haven't actually started till now. More dinosaur soap? I don't think I ever made a dinosaur soap. Did I? I need to get busy with my soap making. Have you ever met Peter Falk? No. The most famous person I ever met was an Iowa weatherman. And that's not very famous. Did Columbo do a TV series as well as the films? I don't know what you mean exactly. James Burns says, let's start a petition to have you replace Bad Bunny at this year's Super Bowl. What on earth would I do at the Super Bowl? Make a Columbo episode? Premiere a Columbo episode at the Super Bowl? That's really funny. Kat says Dick Van Dyke's character, forget his name is Paul Galesko, is one of the most dislikable killers in the series, which makes it more satisfying when he gets caught, and Columbo gets the last laugh. You are right. Justin says it's the 10% rule. You get like 10% of your views as subs. 10% of those will pay. Mark Simmons loves my channel, he says. A negative reaction is the favorite. Yep, the gotcha is one of the... There's a lot of good ones, and this is another one of the best. Matthew says, let's just admit we are never going to start editing the episode and just answer fan questions. Shall I move on and then come back to look at you? It is very important that I talk to you because that's why I'm here. Because I could just make a video and be like, this is what I do. And this is what I do. And this is what I do next. But since we are doing a live, I need to speak to you. Because that's the whole point, right? Bambusa says you don't want to know who Bad Bunny is. Yeah, I have done no research. All I've heard is the name. I don't have a clue who it is. Demon Mark says, people shouldn't buy you a coffee. I should buy you a hard-boiled egg or some chili. Well, you're welcome to do that. I actually have chickens, and I do make hard-boiled eggs. And they are delicious. And I pickle some of them so that they last longer. A Zoom call, Shauna and Dick Van Dyke. I don't think Dick Van Dyke would have any interest in me. David wants to know, how do I like my chili? I could quote Columbo and say with beans or without beans, makes no difference, but I prefer it with beans. Beans. And I do like a little spice. I like some spice in my food. LC9 says, great channel. Congratulations. Thank you. Can you also include the Columbo Japanese title version at the end? It's also interesting. Yes. I actually had a very kind fan email me all the Japanese titles because they're not listed on Internet Movie Database, and that's where I go to find the other alternate titles, which I'll show you that today if we get there. We're going to stare at Dick Van Dyke with his rope and me holding a book. Hopefully we'll get farther than this. But I do have all day today because it's supposed to rain all day. So I'm here for you now. Matthew asks, what has been the best part of creating Watch It for Days? You must lose money time doing it, right? So it's not for the big Columbo dollars. The best part is you, people. All of you. I wouldn't do it if I didn't have such a cool audience. There are those very non-individual people that show up that are extremely rude, but in general, I have the coolest and kindest audience, and that is the best part of this entire thing. I would not do it if I didn't have you watching and commenting. Boy, you guys give me a lot of encouragement. So much encouragement. So that is the best part. Otherwise, I would just watch Columbo by myself and be like, oh, there's that fiddly fig again, and I'd just keep it to myself. There's those books again. There's that statue keeps showing up. A. Bertasso says, I married an Australian. Might sound a bit cheesy. Well, that's okay. That marriage is a wonderful reason to move. Maybe you should come back to America with your husband. Hello from Germany. Hello. Okay. All right. So, this is the first book I read because this one I don't like quite as much as the other one. It'll list all of the people working on the episode and then all the cast members, and then it'll have a synopsis. This is where I always find little bits of, well, this guy must have only just watched the episode once type thing, because there will be, like a mistake on, just a little mistake here and there about the synopsis of what actually happened. But this book does include pictures, which is nice. This particular picture's caption is, weary of Lieutenant's constant questions, photographer Paul Galesko, played by Dick Van Dyke, has a negative reaction to Columbo. Isn't he clever? So it's just a black and white photo. This was at the funeral, or right after the funeral. Anyway, I do read the synopsis typically just to read it because I bought the book, so I want to read it all. And then, where does this end? Where does the synopsis end? Okay, this is the part that I try to look for maybe some information that might not end up on the internet, because I do use the internet almost for everything. But there's this little section here. I'm going to read it and see what happens, because I'm pretty sure you can't be reading books for YouTube because books are copyright. But I'm kind of curious what's going to happen, I guess. So I'm going to read these 3 paragraphs, and if there's something from these 3 paragraphs that I'm like, oh, I want to include that in my video, then I'll take a note and write it down. Do you mind if I read this? Do you want me to read this, or will this be boring? Eric says, keep in mind that for the Dick Van Dyke episode, he was the ultimate nice guy actor of his era. Hadn't done a villain role for an audience back then. Imagine if Tom Hanks played a smug wife killer. Yeah, well, I bet it brought in quite an audience. Matthew wants me to read it. Bambusa, I don't know what you mean by good call on the hair. Somebody else must have said something, and I'm missing it all, and I'm sorry. There's fair use, and that shouldn't allow you to read an excerpt from a book. That should allow you. Okay. I can say that it was promoting your book, right? It was telling my people to buy it, right? Mr. John Berger says, I wouldn't read the book out loud. Daniela says to read it. Well, you can watch me read silently, John Berger says. Well, that would be boring for you. Paraphrase? Okay, I can paraphrase. So this writer says that this was a cunningly crafted episode. So already you can tell that this guy probably liked it. What's his name again? Mark Dawadziak. I'll do a little bit of paraphrasing. I won't read word for word. He says that Peter Fisher is a genius for clues, because Peter Fisher is the writer. He's known for Murder, She Wrote. Here's a quote from Peter Falk, it looks like. I might include it. I haven't read it yet. He says that the best clues make us scratch our heads and say, why didn't I think of that? See, I probably won't include that. See, I'm reading it and I'm thinking, do I even want to bother putting that in there? You guys get to enjoy it here in the live stream. It says the humor's blended, which I agree with. This is quite a funny episode. And there are a lot of locations, which I like. He says he likes the part where Columbo rolls into the junkyard that says "We buy junk cars." And of course, where Joyce Van Patten, playing the nun, mistakes him for a derelict, as he uses here, or a homeless fella. Trying to give him a new coat. Okay, so he's sharing his favorite parts. And he liked the part where he mentions that dog is sad because his girlfriend, the Cocker Spaniel, moved away, and wants to know if Paul Galesko could give him a pinup of a Cocker Spaniel, so I guess he likes this part. Here is a quote from Peter Fisher. Okay, what is this quote? Well, okay, hang on. Okay, this is about the Cocker Spaniel and the pinup. He says, I wrote that line thinking he's never going to do this. But he did it. And he did it exactly as I wrote it. So I guess Peter Fisher wrote that into the script and figured Peter Falk was not going to like it, is what it sounds like. So I think that would be an interesting one to add. So because I found something that I'm like, people might enjoy that, let's open up a brand new document. See, I haven't even begun. So, negative reaction. This is going to be notes. And I like to do numbered bullet points. Matthew says, we are going to watch how the sausage is made. Do you mean episode? That's a pretty funny typo if you meant episode. What is this sausage thing? Steve said it too. There's no sausage in this episode. That's a turn of phrase? What? I've never heard this. How do I look this up? Here, hold on a second. I've never heard the phrase sausage or whatever you guys said. You guys are funny. Look up sausage making idiom. That's so funny. The common saying related to sausage making is laws are like sausages. It is better not to see them being made. Is that what I'm supposed to be looking at? I don't think Google understood this. Sausage being made slang. A Midwest saying? Well, not my part of the Midwest. I've been here many decades and I've never heard this. Why is my dog going wild? Don't tell me the mailman's showing up again. Don't the Germans use sausage as a phrase for a lot of things? Danny says, I'm from the Netherlands, and even I know the saying about sausage. But David says, I'm from Pennsylvania, and I have heard it. Okay. I'm the only one. Oh, Transmission says, never heard this one. Okay, well, there's something about sausages and making episodes, so that's nice. Okay. Anyway, here's our first note. I liked this part and I want to share it in my video. And this is about the Cocker Spaniel. Line. Fisher said, he wrote it thinking Peter Falk. How loud is my typing? Is this disturbing people? Would not agree to the line, but he did it exactly as written. Normally you don't give away your sausage recipe in Germany, so I think it means something special to be part of. Well, you're not going to get the whole thing because it takes me over 50 hours to make an episode. You're getting just a taste of what is involved in me making an episode. Because I do get a lot of questions about what do I do and how do I do these things. $50 hours or more. 50 hours, it'd be nice if it was only 50 hours every time. And we're going to save this. This is going to be called Notes Negative Reaction. Because we're not even working on the script here. This is just me working on notes. $50 hours, that's like 100 years. Sometimes it feels like it. Bambusa says 50 hours is not a big deal. Yeah. If this was all I did, I would agree with you. But I keep myself probably too busy. I give myself too many tasks. You guys would probably like me more if this was all I did. Alright, so we got one note. So here's something that somebody has already mentioned in the comments, that playing a murderer was a daring change of pace for Dick Van Dyke, he says. Because he's lovable, rubber-faced as they say. He's a silly fella, he's a comedian, and that's what he's been established as, the nice guy. He is from Mary Poppins, where he's a silly little rubbery man who likes to dance around. That was me talking. That wasn't from this book. Bye Bye Birdie, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. And then here's a movie that I need to see still. Is The Morning After. And this That movie came out the same year as Negative Reaction, where he stunned his critics with the shattering portrayal of an alcoholic in the TV movie The Morning After, which I do want to watch. Medio says it was the beard that made him the bad guy. Yeah, I know. Look at that beard. It even curls up a little on the sides. Menacing. TR says The Morning After was excellent. I'm very curious about it. The writer says it's a shame he didn't get more dramatic opportunities like this episode and such. Which I'm not going to add to my notes. I'm just sharing that with you. He says that he really liked the test examiner, Mr. Weekly, which I do too. I really like that scene. It's so funny. Particularly, I think Peter Falk was funny in that. But the man, Larry Storch, is also very funny. He was irritable. He was hungry. It's his lunch hour. So that's literally the only note I'm getting from this book. So I'm going to put my bookmark back in. And I'm done with this. Bambusa says, I saw Dick Van Dyke at an AA meeting, and I was too shy to thank him. Well, that's good that you went to AA. I hope that you are doing well. Kat says, the driving instructor reminds me of my own experience getting driving lessons. That's funny. Mark Simmons says, the cleaning lady probably lied. Yeah? Yep, that's what he says. Matthew gets Dick Van Dyke and Steve Martin confused. Maybe because they both grade early. And they're both funny men. "43 years sober. Good for you. That is an accomplishment, Bambusa. Keep up the good work." Sasma asks, have you seen the non-Falk version of the first episode, and might you ever cover it? Yes, I have seen it. It's on YouTube, which is where I saw it, and I would cover it, but not until I finish Columbo, because if I did it before finishing, then it would destroy my organization of getting every episode done. Michael Peterson asks, who could take over Columbo, if any? Nobody. Nobody could. Kat says Steve Martin's in a pretty good murder series, only murders in the building. I've never heard of that. That could be interesting. Ateriana, yes, says, great channel. I love your work and sense of humor. Thank you. I always wanted to mention an idea for a bonus video. How does Columbo's voice sound dubbed in different languages? That would be fun, but how would I don't even know how to get a hold of his dubbed versions. Yes, Matthew, you can look up. It is what was created before Prescription Murder came out. And it's called Prescription Murder. There's just one episode. And I think it's called Prescription Murder. Or is it called Enough Rope? Enough Rope. Actually, I think it's called Enough Rope. I think. It's been a long time since I researched that. I think I say it in my Prescription Murder video. Bambusa says it's terrible first episode. I was kind of bored. How about the Rockford Files? Any interest? The Rockford Files is the most requested TV show for me to work on, which is interesting. Well, we're going to move on here. Find where the episode information starts in this one for negative reaction. Here we got a behind the scenes picture, which is pretty cool. Let's see if I can show you. I might take a picture and add it to the video. It's Peter Falk sitting there in his actor's chair. Sorry that took so long for me to even say anything. It's because I was waiting for my really delayed video to show me where I was holding stuff. But the caption says, ever since he wandered into an art class during the Broadway run of The Prisoner of Second Avenue, Falk became fascinated with drawing, including while waiting between scenes of Columbo. So that might be an interesting thing to add, right? Since we have this picture here of him drawing, and he's awfully happy in the picture, I think I'll include that, okay? So, we're going to go back to my notes. Peter Falk was fascinated with drawing and would spend his free time in between takes drawing. Actually, in between scenes, it wouldn't be takes. There's a note, and then I'll say there's a picture in the book Shooting Columbo, which I do recommend the book. Gary says, I think Michael Richards would have made a good Columbo. I don't even know who that is. Oh, I never knew his real name. I never researched Seinfeld. Oh, that's where I know him from anyway. You think he would have made a good Columbo, huh? Yeah, Kramer. That's all I know him as is Kramer. What about the sweet nun, Spidey Sense? What about Joyce Van Patten? Tommy Boy is here. It's one of my favorite movies. Not to jump ahead here, Mystery Bag says, but the next episode, By Dawn's Early Light, features my favorite guest star. Oh, you know it. I can hardly wait. I get a lot of comments saying that. A lot of people are looking forward to By Dawn's Early Light. DMC says too tall and too goofy. That's true. He is a tall man. Here's how I find out my murderous heights. How tall is... He's 6'3". He's very tall. That's how I find out my murderous heights. Hopefully they're accurate. So there's a little insight right there. Pretty simple. Google can be very helpful. Anyway. Now, I gotta see what... I don't know how to pronounce the man's last name, but I say Koenig. David Koenig. Jan says, I am not a number. Why are we saying numbers? I got left behind. Tommy Boy said number 6. Steve says, I think Johnny Depp could do it. Patrick McGowan, my favorite just in general, and especially on Columbo. I don't know. I'm not a number. You're quoting it from something. It must have something to do with Patrick McGowan. I've only seen the first episode of The Prisoner, which was really good. Okay, the show The Prisoner. Okay. Oh, am I learning something here? Who's Chambers? Why is it talking about Chambers? Who's Chambers? One second. The producer. Well, now wait a second. Okay. We're going to go to, not that, this. I need to see what Chambers did before this episode. Everett Chambers. So he's our producer. He must have done a previous episode. I gotta go see what episode he did. Columbo. Dead Weight, Lady in Waiting, Short Fuse. Okay. So he's returning, okay? So, Chambers is returning to Columbo for this episode after those, and he realized that his decision no longer had to be approved by just Universal and the executive producers. Now he had to listen to NBC, and in particular, Peter Falk, which we learned in the last review that Peter is basically an uncredited producer. He has a lot more control than he used to. So Chambers was trying to cast Galesko, and he wanted Anthony Franciosa. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it, but let's look up who that is. I don't know his name. This would be interesting. Anthony Franciosa. I haven't seen The Long Hot Summer. Sorry, I was distracted. Okay, we're still talking about The Prisoner. Good job. So, Chambers wanted this man to play Paul Galesko. I don't think I have personally seen him in anything. I know I have referenced The Long Hot Summer as things that other people have been in. Well, this is Daytona's cousin, everybody. Now we know. All in the family. Paco wants to know, based on what you've read, do you think Peter Falk's increased creative control is good or bad? So far, it's going to be good. Some weird things start happening, though, in my opinion, later on. Doug Bowe reminds everybody here that you're all individual people, and he's right. All right. So that's a good note to say that this man was considered for the role. Anthony, I need help pronouncing his last name. I'm going to get bombarded if Franciosa is not correct. Franciosa? Or is it... Okay, somebody help me pronounce this. What I do, if I wasn't asking you now, is I would be searching and searching and searching for any kind of interview or something where somebody says their name so that I know how it's said. Franciosa. Jean says. Jean Eckel. Franciosa. You guys are so helpful. You saved me hundreds of comments of telling me it was wrong. The C is pronounced as an S. I like that. Franciosa. There. Franciosa. Is that right? Franciosa. Franciosa. It's it's Leviosa, not Leviosa, right, Matthew? I've been on for an hour? Has it been that long? Look at how far we've gotten. We've got 2.5 notes. Check your source. Source for what? Was considered by Chambers for Galesko. NBC liked the idea. Universal did not. There's a note right there. Emphasis on the Franciosa. Pronunciation. This is going to be a forever struggle for me, but I have learned a lot. Tony starred in some banned video nasty films in the 70s and 80s, making him immortal. Well, I haven't watched any of those, so that must be why his face isn't very familiar to me. Pronunciate. Guy with Italian-sounding name. Franciosa. Franciosa. I'm going to have to look up an interview. But thank you. You guys have helped me. Because if I said Franciosa, which was my first instinct, you know how it goes. All right. NBC wanted more familiar faces, like Bill Bixby. Let's look up who that is. I don't know that name. Maybe I know their face. Bill Bixby. This is for Galesko. We're trying to figure out who should play Galesko. I don't know this guy. He played the Hulk? This is Bill Bixby. Yeah, well, NBC wanted him or Darren McGavin. That was a text message, that sound. Okay, well, this guy. Oh, he was the dad in A Christmas Story. He does look familiar. I've never seen Mike Hammer or The Night Stalker, which I know I should. As I've said before, I've seen tons of movies. Not enough, probably, right? But compared to TV shows, I haven't seen that many TV shows. Okay, well, he was also considered. And then there's another one here, Tony Curtis. I know who Tony Curtis is. Tony Curtis was also considered. I wonder how he would have done. McGavin could have pulled it off. I can't believe I'm typing that, Bambusa says. That's a pleasant text message sound. I hate all of mine on the iPhone. Well, it's because you have an iPhone, Cat. Most people have iPhones, so that's why I felt safe saying that, I guess. Tony could have been good. Transmission, GGB says. How about Bob Newhart? Anthony Franciosa was more commonly credited as Tony. How come you are married? You have not met me yet. Well, I am married because the way it works is first I was asked, and I happened to really like the man, so I agreed, and then we got married. And that is the most basic story you could get. Is he a scruffy Italian? No, he's not Italian. Sometimes he's kind of scruffy, though. He's a blue-collar man, which I like. A hard-working man, which I like. All right, so NBC also suggested Bill Bixby, Darren McGavin, or Tony Curtis. But Peter Falk wanted Peter Sellers. Interesting. Oh, I could see that. Where did we leave off here? Mrs. Columbo was the captain of the Star Trek Voyager. Did you go to university? I did. But the entire time I didn't know why. I have 3 degrees and they're all useless to me. And that's how college went for me. Does your husband like Columbo? Yes, he does. Who does most of the cooking? You or your husband? What's your specialty? I do. I'm actually quite a traditional girl. I do not want my husband to cook. I want to cook, and I want to clean, and I want to do the laundry, and I want to do the stuff at home, the gardening and the which some women would be like, well, you're limiting yourself or something. I don't know. I'm not what would you call a feminist? I just spilled water on myself. Got a hole in my lip. Not literally, but you know. University is crazy expensive in the USA. I often ask why people go. Yeah, especially nowadays, huh? because you can learn almost anything you want to know. I know the internet is full of lies, but it also has loads of information. And if you need to learn something, you can probably learn it from the internet, which is weird. Do you enjoy any Columbo podcasts? No, I actually don't listen to podcasts because I haven't found any that I want to listen to. Paul says, just got home. Hi, Shauna. Greetings from South Wales, UK. Bambusa says, thank Goddess. Nancy loves the episodes that I've posted. Thanks for all the work. You're welcome. I'm glad that you enjoy them. Otherwise, I would not do it. Steve says, building a home is a full-time job. You're absolutely right about that. DMC says, you're not a feminist. It means you're normal, in my opinion. Thank you. Though I also want to be a very individual person, which wanting to be a housewife nowadays is an individual thing because that's actually kind of looked down upon. Although I think it might be kind of, a lot of things are kind of turning around sometimes. Like living on a farm, trying to create a homestead out here and trying to be a little more self-sufficient is sort of coming back with people from my generation, which is interesting because none of us were taught. We were taught to go to college and to stay in the city. And I think that might be because, I don't know, I was taught to go to college, but I didn't like anything. I didn't know what I wanted the whole time. I just went and took classes trying to figure out what I was going to do with myself, and I never found it. Oh, let's see. J.T. Davis says, oh, please, so you don't think women are equal to men? Think about that a minute. Men and women are equal because we're all people. Are we wanting to get serious? I don't actually like getting serious very much. But I do think that in general, each can be better at something than the other. And I'm not telling anybody else how they should live. And just because I have an opinion doesn't mean I'm telling anybody else they need to be that way, which the usual reaction is to lash at somebody on the internet because you're over there with your keyboard and you feel all safe because you're so smart. I just like the traditional lifestyle. I am a traditional woman, and I'm not telling anybody else to be that way. So, A. Bertasso says, my husband doesn't get Columbo, and that's a bit frustrating to say the least, and baffling, but I love him anyway. That's good. It's okay that he doesn't get Columbo. Maybe one day he'll come around, right? What episode am I doing in this video? I'm trying to do negative reaction, but I'm getting distracted, huh? Equal but different, Jeannie says. Absolutely. Equal but different. Transmission says, I was just told to get a job. I was too. I was told to get a job and go to college. I've had a lot of jobs. So many jobs. And I hated all of them. The only politics should be that candidate that shot a guy but got caught by Columbo. Yes, you're right about that, because you know I don't like politics, and I made that very clear. Benjamin Montgomery, making soap. Yep, I make soap. TJ says, Columbo question, wasn't Jeff Goldblum an extra in an episode? Yep, for about 0.5 seconds. Yep, it's the Case of Immunity episode. right. Where did we leave off? Keith says, are you just trying to make even more of us fall in love with you? I'm not trying, but I'm happy that you do. LD says, you do not need to justify your choices, dear lady. You are to be commended for making a choice. Inspiring. Thank you. Camille Leon says, feminism is just about equality. Just both have the right to do the same things. Feminism is the right for women to be traditional and progressive, equal but different. I'm glad you say that. Typically, when I think of feminism, it's that the woman is... Actually, there's a lot... Okay, we're not going to get into that. We're talking about Columbo. I could get into it, but I'm not going to get into it. But thank you for saying that. Hello, Paper Cup Fighting Society. Hello, my friend in Finland, Oracle. Okay. So, Peter Falk wanted Peter Sellers as Paul Galesko. Oh, but he was too expensive, according to this. He wanted $360,000 for it, which was out of the budget. So you're telling me Dick Van Dyke was cheaper than Peter Sellers? Benjamin says, beards and making soap is where we left off. Okay. Peter Sellers is where we left off, I think. And he was too expensive. He says the show has never paid a guest star more than $20,000. Chambers also suggested Robert Duvall. Man, there's a whole bunch here. There's even more. Let's go look at Robert Duvall. Let's go look at him. Oh, yes, I recognize this man. Yep, Apocalypse Now and The Godfather, Lonesome Dove. I guess I've seen a lot of his movies. No, I would never make soap with beard hairs in it, but you can use the soap for your beard if you want. Sellers was a James Bond. Best of luck getting sense out of him after that. Look, he's 94. He's still hanging around. That's pretty cool. Good for you, Robert. And so I gotta add that. Chambers also wanted Robert Duvall. Maximilian Schell? I do not know that name either. I don't know names, do I? I don't know this man. Maximilian. Do any of you know him? He's new to me. I agree, Transmission. Peter Sellers and Duvall would have been good. Simon Peter Hughes is an Englishman watching in Taiwan. We got people all over the world. Isn't that fun? What a world we live in. I still can't get over it. Mark Simmons says Maximilian Schell was in Judgment at Nuremberg. The Black Hole. He's famous in Austria and Germany. Ottawa, Canada is here. Hello, neighbor. Watching from Japan. Someday I want to visit your country. So we're going to put Maximilian Schell Oscar Werner, which we actually meet him later. So that's cool that they were considering him this early. We do get to see him as a villain in the future. Utah is here. Hello. My friend in Utah. I passed through your state once, in the southern half. Rebel is in Cornwall. I've never left my country yet to go visit you. One of these days. So I'll add Oscar. He was considered for Paul Galesko. Or Patrick McGoohan. He was considered for Paul Galesko. I could see that, couldn't you? Benjamin Montgomery says, stop by again sometime, we can barbecue. You're not the same Benjamin that sent me my tape player, right? I forgot his last name all of a sudden. Hello from the Philippines. I have a cousin-in-law from the Philippines. Chandler, Arizona. I haven't been that far west yet. Las Vegas. I have visited Vegas. Cordy Dillon. I was there for 3 days. How many Columbo co-stars are still alive? That would be interesting to look up. That could be a live stream someday. All right. Then NBC. Oh my goodness, this whole paragraph is about possible people. NBC. Okay. Glenn Ford and Omar Sharif. Let's look up Glenn Ford so we can be reminded of his face. I'll help you host a Columbo meetup tour in Los Angeles. That would be quite a situation, wouldn't it? All meeting up in LA. We could go to try to find a still standing location. Transmission says Patrick McGoohan could have done about any villain. I agree. Oh yeah, we need to look up Omar. Glenn Ford, he's not Superman, is he? He was in Superman though. Then Omar. I have this, I don't know how to say it. Zhivago. I have it on VHS. It was given to me, so I need to watch it. Lawrence of Arabia, I have that. Oh, is this Lawrence from Lawrence of Arabia? No, it's not. That was Peter O'Toole. Sheriff Ali. Okay. That's okay, Matthew. That's good that you are working. Someone's laughing at Tommy Boy. French Columbo sounds like Yosemite Sam. That's funny. Oh, Benjamin Montgomery. If you weren't here at the beginning, I already showed off your tape player. So Benjamin Montgomery, he's the one that sent me the tape player. The coolest tape player I have ever had. I just still need to find a cassette tape. Thank you, Ben. It was really kind of you. Revikra says, did you manage to watch the opening of the mystery movie of the week with the flashlight? Yes. Oh, I got a lot of comments helping me out with the flashlight guy. You see, I was not fortunate enough to be born yet when Columbo originally aired, so I did not actually know that the flashlight thing happened. I've only ever watched Columbo on DVD. So now I know, and I will fix that in the season 4 compilation video. Has anyone sent you a hand grenade-sized lighter? Not the hand grenade-sized ones, but the table lighter, yes. I got a couple, actually. During my show and tell, I showed off all my lighters. But this one showed up in Swan Song. Keith says, we watched The Twilight Zone starring Peter Falk. Good. It's fun to see him in other productions. Transmission says Jamie Lee Curtis got a small part in the Columbo episode as a waitress. I really like that scene. Bamboosa's granny had the same lighter. Alright. So, it turns out Glenn Ford and Omar would have been too expensive. Once again, Ford wanted $50,000 and Sheriff wanted $100,000. Chambers also suggested Louis Jordan. Oh, 3 more names. Wow. I have never read this many suggestions for alternate actors in this book before. Louis Jordan. Handsome fella. I don't recognize him. Wait a minute. Hey, this is the man from Murder Under Glass. This is the murderer from that episode. I didn't recognize him when he was young, but I recognized him from this picture. Yeah, he's the chef with the I can't remember what the fish is called. Is it fuku sashimi or something? Bye, Gene Eckel. Michael Jordan's dad? What about Michael Jordan's dad? I bet his last name's not pronounced Jordan, is it? It's probably like Jordan or something. Okay, Christopher Plummer. I don't know that name either. All these names that I need to get educated on. Isn't The Sound of Music? Don't know the man. I actually have The Sound of Music on VHS too. I just never watched it. Mr. Shy says, I acted with his daughter in a TV movie. Well, we have an actor in the room. Amanda Plummer. Mr. Shy, the actor. I'm so glad you're here. Are you on Internet Movie Database then? We could look you up. Did anyone suggest Michael Caine? I think that would have been really cool to have Michael Caine on Columbo. And the other one here is Martin Balsam. Yeah, I recognize him. 12 Angry Men and Psycho. I know him from. I don't know about him as a murderer. At least based on those two. Maybe. Mr. Shy is in a music documentary. What music documentary? I'm gonna make some soup. I feel like soup, FH says. What kind of soup? Well, Daytona Beach High is also an actor. Well, sounds like we need to get our own script written and make a movie. We got some actors in the room. So these were suggested by Chambers. I can't believe how many names are listed in this. So we need to put down Lewis, which he comes back in the future. Jordan. Christopher Plummer. And Martin Balsam. Is that it? And the only name Universal, Falk, and NBC could agree on was John Cassavetes, who wasn't interested. I believe it. I really like the Cassavetes episode, but when you read about Cassavetes, he doesn't like that stuff. Sharif? Okay, thank you for helping me. Sharif. I need to write that down so I don't say sheriff and get in trouble. And I'll also try to see if I can find an interview so I can hear somebody say their name. It's interesting that they would want Cassavetes again because he was kind of a difficult... You know Peter would want him, but he was kind of a difficult person to work with because he doesn't like television. Bye, transmission. Hi, Robert Paulson. Glad you're here. This white is very white on my face, isn't it? I guess because it's 10 o'clock. The sun has gotten higher in the sky even though it's still raining. Elkston, yes. You say he probably felt TV was beneath him. He did. He did not like television. John Cassavetes we're talking about here. Okay, what's next here? I'm getting lots of information. Oh, Carpe Diem. Where's my notebook? Thank you for the gift. You are going to be in the credits of Negative Reaction, Carpe Diem. Sorry if you've answered this before, but any thoughts on why such a resurgence of popularity of Columbo over the last few years? I don't have a clue. Probably because it's awesome, but I have no idea. I agree. Columbo has gotten popular lately, and I don't know what has sparked it. Mr. Shy says I can tell you will share it with us. Hamstray says, isn't it because of you? I don't know. I think Columbo was starting to get popular before I started my YouTube channel. Mr. Shy says it was featured for free on Amazon for a while a few years ago. Which is how Mr. Shy rediscovered it. Bambusa says it's because of me. And that's how the internet works. I would be very flattered if it was because of me. Daytona says because on a lot of streaming services. Carpe Diem says it's because it was during COVID. And you had a lot of time on your hands to watch some Columbo, it sounds like. Meredith says people are nostalgic for times before they were born. You are 100% correct about that. That would be me. I'm nostalgic for my childhood, but I'm also nostalgic for the things that I never experienced. So is that still called nostalgia? Mary S. says, truly love Watch It for Days. Love your sense of humor. I also listened to the behavior panel, and Scott Rouse mentioned listening to you. I know he's showed up here, which is really sweet. Atarian 6502. I have an Atari. Where'd my pen go? Thank you for the gift. MX. Is that Mexico? What's MX? Atarian 6502. How do you keep record of who, supporters and extras, was in which episodes? Do you have spreadsheets, tracker you can share with us? Well, you can find all of it on Internet Movie Database, but while I am making these episodes, I am compiling a list, pictures, and its own file in my computer. So you can find everything I do on your own. I have no exclusive or secret information that I'm sharing with you. Everything I've shared with you can be found by you. It's not hidden. I feel like my face is very white. Or red and white. I think it's because of the sun. What if I close this? Is this too dark? Am I too dark? Mexican peso. TR says, thank you for helping me with that. Thank you for the gift, Atarian, by the way. How long did it take to shoot a Columbo episode? They'd get it done in a month or two or something like that. It depended on Peter how much delay he would cause. Doggone son, Bambusa says, do you have a subscription to Internet Movie Database or the free version? It's just the free version. I don't even know, what would a subscription do? See here, I'm looking at Everett Chambers, and I wanted to go check what else he produced. So that's why this is Internet Movie Database right here. So it's just the free version. I don't pay any extra for that. Stay hydrated. You're right. I'm thirsty. All right. Thank you, Antonio, for saying the lighting is good. You are welcome to complain. I know behind me there might be some brightness. Steve Martin and Martin Short as guest stars today. They would have both been entertaining guest stars. Robert says, I've never smoked one, but Columbo always makes me want to try a cigar. Then I think of the smell, and I say, never mind. I've never smoked in general, ever. But I can't deny that smoking looks cool. At least to me. But I'm not going to smoke. It's too bad it's bad for you. It's just kind of a cool accessory. Donald says, for you, it's not nostalgia. The Germans have a word, Sehnsucht. It means longing or yearning for an idealized experience out of reach. For me, it's nostalgia. I was born in 1961. I think it's true. I did not experience the 70s, but it is very attractive to me. Everything that I have seen of the 70s. I didn't exist until the 80s. And most of my memories start in 1990. Gary's Comics and Movies is an actor as well and is on Internet Movie Database. Have to redo my sub there so they can put my picture back up, although Google has plenty. Well, we need to film a movie together. Bambusa was born in 1953. What do I win? You are 1 year younger than my mother. Chris is looking forward to the Troubled Water episode. Me too. Kat says the 70s was a great decade for movies, television, and music. Yes, totally agree. Stay on Columbo. Columbi. Moda says. Getting tired of my rabbit trails here. Naz says, I think it's popular again for two reasons. One, it was prominent on streaming service for a while. Two, Richard Link and Dean Hargrove created some of the all-time TV show characters, Columbo and Matlock. Bo loves this channel. Thank you, Bo. Rob says the 70s were great. The colors, fashion, music, Star Wars, skateboards. Was skateboarding invented in the 70s? Because there was a lot of skateboards in the 80s and the 90s, and I think there's still a lot of skateboards. Mr. Shy says, oh gosh. I wonder why you say that. A. Bertasso says, almost 2:30 a.m. here, so really have to go to bed soon. But in case I fall asleep before I get myself off the couch, had to say thank you again for this live. All of your hard work, Shauna. Thank you so much. You need to get a good night's sleep. Awfully late. Stay on Columbo. Moda's getting tired of me talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about. Just a thought, Martin Short could be a new Columbo, actually, except he may be too old now. Martin Short as Columbo? Never heard that one. That's an interesting thought. Ultimately, Chambers proposed a name everyone could back. So everybody agreed, even though he had never before played a heavy Dick Van Dyke. Here's a quote. Who's saying this? Chambers is saying this, and he's the producer of Negative Reaction. Asuka says, sigh, it's definitely Monday. What's wrong, Asuka? Well, hi, Ray. Ray Ellis is here. He's a musician. He plays guitar, and you can watch him. Bambusa can't stand Matlock. You better get to bed, Bertasso. ELT in Japan says inflation, gas shortages, no cable TV, no VHS tapes yet. I'll have to look up when VHS was created. Fashion in the 70s is something a lot of us are trying to forget. That's what TR says. Stay on Star Trek, Philip says. Okay. The quote from the producer says, I'd seen him in a movie where he played a recovering alcoholic the morning after, which he was, and he was very good. And he'd just come off the show, the new Dick Van Dyke Show. He was a star. I knew he could act. He did a Hitchcock Presents. Oh, I wonder what that one's like. So I knew him to be a competent actor, and I thought he was kind of a kook. Most people thought I was crazy, but he was very good in it. That's what Chambers says. Maybe you guys can help me with this. Does anyone know what the Black Tower is? This sentence says, between takes, Falk spent much of his time on the phone yelling at the moneymen in the Black Tower. What does that sentence even mean? I'm asking you because we're live. Otherwise, I would have just Googled it. K. Wan says, my dog loves your videos. Thanks. I appreciate your dogs. Rob says, that was why the 70s were great. Less tech, more experiencing the world outdoors. Yes. The outdoors is an amazing place. And I like to spend a lot of time out there. Which is why I'm here today, because it's raining. Raining. Oh! I'm getting another gift from our good Atari friend. This episode has my favorite gotcha. Were you a witness to what he just did? At the same time, the most unlikely. Why would anyone think the negative is still in the camera after it was developed? Good point. Dan says, no idea, but I'm intrigued. Yeah, about the Black Tower. I'll research that sometime. Chatta Covers says, are you going to do any reactions to Star Trek, the original series? So last time I did a live, I answered this question. And I would like to, but I'm afraid to. Because Star Trek has an enormous fan base. And they are extremely passionate. And I don't think I would be well accepted. Eric Kleefeld says, Poker Face is really the modern spiritual successor to Columbo. Natasha Lyonne's speech and mannerisms are just naturally similar to Peter Falk, so the whole thing works. Well, I will let you know, Eric, that the majority agrees with you. And I have finally seen the first season of Poker Face, the whole thing, and I went into it with low expectations, even though all I've heard is praise. And now I can finally form my own opinion on Poker Face. So I'll share that if anyone's super interested, but my opinion's different than the majority. Okay. Elvis Lee Boy says, I too like to spend time outside listening to Watch It for days to block the world out. Mike says, I take a picture of it from my house, but it's cloudy today and totally obscured. What are you taking a picture of? The Black Tower? B. Varsho says, I would stay on for Star Trek. What do you mean? I really like Star Trek, the original series. I like it a lot. I'm just afraid to make videos on it. I'm scared of the Star Trek fans. Dan Hoffman says Star Trek fans love anyone who likes their show. But do they? Wouldn't they be critical of me? I feel like I would. I don't know. I feel like that I wouldn't be. That I would get more negative reactions than I do from the Columbo folks. Do Monk after Columbo, Demon Mark says. Angel says, speaking as a huge Trekkie and someone who spent 2 months finding every shirt tug in TNG and making a compilation of it, you would be most accepted for your excellent attention to such detail. I appreciate that. Eric says VCRs publicly debuted in the mid-70s, but were very expensive, only for the rich at first. If you're going to have a difficult time looking up Star Trek locations nowadays, that's funny, on Google Universe. Mr. Shy says, I also was charmed by your voice. Then I found your lives. And you look exactly as you sound. Oh, you're so kind. I have gotten that comment so many times that I look like how I sound. I think that's awesome that people... I want to know what you mean by that. Like, I sound like I'm blonde-haired, blue-eyed, glasses-wearing girl? Or what? Does my mispronunciations make me seem that this is the color of my hair? Darth Brooks says, no one other than Falk could portray Columbo. It's like Shatner and Captain Kirk or Michael Richards and Kramer. I agree with you. Oh, Varsho says, I would stick with your channel if you moved on to Star Trek or The Prisoner. McGowan at his finest. I might consider The Prisoner. I'd have to see how much YouTube stuff about The Prisoner exists. Because I think the only reason you guys have even found me is because Columbo content is not like super prevalent on YouTube. It has been more lately, but when I started there was like no Columbo videos, and I think that's the only reason why I was found. Mike says Black Tower is a high-rise office building at Universal where execs work. Philip says, my wife and I considered starting up a podcast that discussed all the Star Trek actors on Columbo. The list is long, considering all the versions of Star Trek that are out there. Yes, there would be a lot of referencing Columbo, which is kind of cool. I think whatever I move on to, I want Columbo to keep getting referenced. Soft, sweet, gentle, and lovable. Sound matches visual. That's my humble opinion. Thanks, Rob. It's going to be a long time. Robert's excited saying, yay, I love The Prisoner, but it's going to be a long time. I am awfully slow, and I haven't gotten very far in my work today, have I? Which was expected. And so far, you don't really know what my process is. It's funny, but there's still a lot of unknowns for you. Yes, Mike J., there are some years left before I'm done. Especially if I keep taking this long. Ray says Gene Roddenberry did a show called The Lieutenant before Star Trek. It's fantastic. Shares many people from The Man from U.N.C.L.E. In the UK, a comedian called Bob Monkhouse owned in the first personal video records. He recorded TV shows obsessively with it. If he hadn't, a lot of it would have been lost forever. The official name is the MCA Tower. Look at you. Who said that? ELT in Japan. MCA Tower, or the Black Tower. See, we're all learning. So Peter Falk would be on the phone yelling at the money men in the Black Tower because he felt underpaid. Can you believe it? He thought the studio was skimping on the show's budget. He was unhappy with his transportation. He didn't like that most of the scripts were for 2-hour time slots, which was slowing down his movie career because he was spending too much time on Columbo. If he were forced to be unhappy, someone would have to pay him for his displeasure. Whoa. So the next paragraph is all about Peter Falk and his lawyers getting mad at Universal because they were late in paying him for an exercise in fatality. They were 2 weeks late. Universal delivered his check and Falk refused to accept it. Wow, some drama. He said he wanted to get out of his Columbo contract. And only as a favor to Hargrove and Chambers, he agreed to complete Negative Reaction before leaving. This is Shooting Columbo. I recommend it. I get tidbits out of this and include it in my videos. I don't heavily take from this book because that would be, then it wouldn't be my work anymore. But I do take little things little facts here and there. Peter Falk's attorney said Peter feels that working conditions have deteriorated so badly that he can't continue with the series. Yeah, Drama Queen is right. They've always been 5 or 6 days late with Peter's check, which is not an unusual situation at Universal, but this one was 2 weeks overdue. And that's quoting his attorney. The studio is confident that Falk would return. So they're at a stalemate here. And it's dragged on for 4 weeks. And Universal agreed to increase Peter Falk's pay again by $45,000 per episode. And to hold 2 of the remaining 4 episodes at 90 minutes. So that's all going to be for you. I'm not going to include all that in my video, because I think that would just be too much talking about attorneys and money and all that. I will mention that his pay raises another $45,000, but I'm not going to include all that drama that was going on that Peter was literally trying to leave Columbo. Maybe I will. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder how much is true, right? Sometimes. Okay, let me get back here. Hello, Miss for Days. I love your detailed Columbo videos. I was watching Last Salute to the Commodore recently. It was so strange in tone, and I cannot wait for you to get to it. I also cannot wait to get to Last Salute to the Commodore. The word you were looking for is plagiarism. Yes, Demon Mark. I don't want to be accused of plagiarism. And if I do take something from the book, I completely summarize it or whatever. But I do, if it's a quote from a person, I let you know it's a quote from a person. But I don't take this man's writing and copy and paste because I don't want to be plagiarized, so other people don't want to be plagiarized, and it's illegal. Darth Brooks asks, I wonder if his friend Cassavetes' snobbery about the TV rubbed off on Peter. Oh, I guarantee. I guarantee that he played parts in it. K Shizzle Bizzle says, I would like a $45,000 raise. Wouldn't that be something? That's a lot of money for us today. For the regular person. Lovely to meet you, Deaf Otter. Daniel says, Peter Falk seems to have been somewhat difficult. That said, they obviously made a ton of money with him, so I guess it's fair he used his leverage to make the most of it. Yeah, they were making a ton of money. That was the most popular TV and the most expensive TV show on television at the time. Tommy Boy says fair use is a touchy subject these days. Very touchy, yes. Elvis Lee Boy asks, have you already done your favorite episode, or is it still to come? If I rate it 5 cigars, it is my favorite episode. You could buy a new car with $45,000 these days. Yep, you could. My first 9 to 5 paid $1.50 an hour. If you ever decide to sell your art, I want to get on that, Asuka says. Sure. Or I'll trade for it. Star Trek was the most expensive show of its time. Falk's circle for serious acting was Cassavetes and Ben Gazzara. Yep. So, I will include that. You got a $45,000 raise. I think I'm going to leave out all the drama, though, about... You can get the book and read the drama. But I'm going to leave out all the drama about the money and all that. I might mention something. I don't know. I haven't decided. Well, now that I got the books done, what's next? You're wondering. Lori... Oh, it's good to see you, Lori Jinx Hale. She's waiting for me to get my soap back on sale again. I know I need to do that. I have 2 boxes full of soap to sell. And the more aged the soap, the better quality it is. So these will be some very nice soaps when I do sell them. Asuka says, if I had anything worth trading for... Terry E., have you considered doing a Rockford Files after you conclude the Columbo series? Most people want me to do Rockford Files. I'll just tell you that. But I don't know. Nothing's set in stone. Super random, to your knowledge, has there been any appearance of juggling in any Columbo episode? Not that I can think of, but I will keep that in mind because I like random questions like that. Ray says, at the next live stream, how about a cook-along of corn balls and ham? You mean ham balls and corn? Well, that wouldn't be Columbo related. That would have to go on my Homestead channel or something. Please consider Dragnet, George Wilson says. You need to do a Columbo cigar scented soap. Heck, I'd even take musty trench coat. Well, I did make a... I already forget what the name of the fragrance was. I think it's tobacco and bourbon. Maybe? Scented soap? I can't remember now, but it's sitting in a box waiting to be sold. Fred says, I just joined. What book did you finish? Did you write a book? If so, please narrate the audiobook because I love your voice. Boy, that was a lot of questions there. No, I didn't write a book. I don't know what I would write about if I did write a book. These are the only two physical things that I use when I create an episode. We've got The Columbo File, a case book by Mark Dwodziak, which I sort of recommend. And then we've got Shooting Columbo by David Koenig, which I don't know if that's how anybody's names are pronounced. But I recommend this one. I think there's more interesting information in this one, but there's nothing. I don't not recommend this one. I see my screen is covering. I didn't write a book. I totally would read those books out loud, but I would get in trouble for them. Rockford is like 1,256 episodes. The Prisoner is only 17 episodes. Well, that makes me more likely to want to maybe do The Prisoner over the Rockford Files. But I sure get a lot of requests for the Rockford Files. Chili flavored soap with beans and no beans. I'll think about it. I could put chili powder in a soap. Do you accidentally say kabumbo ever? No. Does it sound like I do? I don't think I've ever said kabumbo. Well, Betty Jane is here. Betty Jane is a wonderful person and has been so kind to me for so many years. Thank you for being here, Betty Jane. She even goes and hangs out at all my soap videos. I'm so happy you're here, Betty Jane. One of the coolest people. The Prisoner will scramble your brains. Well, maybe I would like that. Lori says the Columbo soap you made a month ago was white tea fragrance. Yes, I'm actually using a bar right now and it smells so good. That's one of my favorite fragrances. My whole bathroom smells good. The last episode of The Prisoner was a letdown. That's interesting to know. Gotta have beans and chili. I agree, Mr. Shy. TR says, I have a feeling Prisoner fans are just as passionate, if not more so, than Trekkies. So do you think I would get criticized heavily? I guess I can always try and see how it goes, right? I still have all of you to be there with me. When is the next episode of Columbo Negative Reaction on your channel? Just asking. Well, Alan's movie reviews. Do you review movies, Alan? I am literally working on it right now at a snail's pace, which means very slowly. This is literally the notes that I have so far. Twin Peaks has been analyzed to death. Okay, so I shouldn't touch Twin Peaks then. Which is fine. I really like Twin Peaks, but I haven't watched any videos on Twin Peaks. Mary says hello from Ireland. Thank you for all your videos. I've watched them all a number of times. Thank you for being here, Mary. But Rockford Files would be so much fun, scoping out all the areas in LA and his guest actors. I'm sure you're right, Mr. Shy. Yes, I do movies. That's cool, Alan, because I really like movies. Why did you choose Columbo for your channel? It was just on a whim. There was no deep thought considered. It's just I really like Columbo, and I really like to overly study things, or it's hard to explain. I just really like Columbo. I've been messing around with YouTube for a long time, or you could say I've been dickering around with YouTube for a long time, and I've never been successful on YouTube. And I just, out of the blue, decided I'm going to review Prescription Murder. And that's when I learned all about copyright after I made that video. And it just, obsessed, maybe that's a good word, Boris, yeah. My dog is named Boris. But I like to really, yes, obsess over something until I'm done with it. Except I don't think I'll ever be done with Columbo, but you know what I mean. I rewatch things that I like a lot. And I like to memorize my favorite movies and stuff. Luckily, there's only going to be 9 notes, so we're almost done. You are funny, Matthew. No, I usually have a lot of notes. Pages and pages of notes. That was funny, though. Ruben van Nimwegen. Your videos are amazing. Greetings from Amsterdam, the Netherlands. We could be related, Ruben. Same with my friends in Germany. Hi, Benway. I'm glad you're here. Benway. Yeah. Angel says, if I may say, it sounds like you may be on the spectrum. Something I found out myself recently, the attention to detail, your passion for it. I don't know, maybe. I think we're all on some sort of something. Could be. Well, Lori's given me a gift. Thank you, Lori. Maybe that's why I'm so slow, too, because I stare at things too long and spend too much time on some stuff, and it takes me a long time to get things done that I really want to get done. Thank you, Lori, for the gift. You say, I love your content on all of your channels whenever you can produce. Thank you. And you've always been so generous to me, too. I recognize you, your profile picture, and your name. You've been so kind to me. Christy Thompson says, I am here a lot, just very quiet. Well, there's nothing wrong with being quiet. I'm very quiet in general, except for this. If you knew me in real life, I promise you I don't talk as much in real life. All of my talking on my videos is me reading. And me talking here is answering your questions. I'm a pretty quiet person. Elkston says, I wish YouTube could distinguish between clips used for review and commentary versus just outright copying. I wish that too. It'd be nice. You're Dutch? I am half Dutch, 50% Dutch. Willow Whale says, I love your videos. You actually look like your voice. Thank you. An escargot pace. Yes. Snails. I'm glad you chose Colombo to analyze. I enjoy the locations, then and now pics, history, the date of birth, and actors, and everything else. I bet whoever's re-watching this video, you know how you can go back and re-watch a live, is going to be disappointed in me because I'm not accomplishing my goal, which is showing you how I make an episode. Is it possible to do a translation in French? I don't know. For me? I don't know any French. I know bonjour Jacques. Très bien, merci. That's all I think that's all I know. And it probably sounded very bad. French bread, good wine, and snails. Greetings. Hi, Steve. Bob Taylor says YouTube has the shamelessness to interrupt this with ads. I loathe YouTube, but I love your work. You have other channels? What are they? Yes, I actually have 5 channels. So, I have a soap making channel. This is way off topic, isn't it? Which I sort of have been neglecting and I need to get on it. I have a homestead channel where I show parts of my farm, my garden, my chickens, whatever. I have a video game channel because my generation loves video games. It's just in us, I guess. Then there's this channel, and then I have another video game channel that I have abandoned. It was a Let's Play channel where you just play the video game and talk. I've abandoned that one, but it still exists. So you're going Dutch on your Dutchness? 50-50? Yep, I'm going Dutch on my Dutchness. Colombo would be proud of how in-depth your analysis are. With great appreciation from the UK. Thank you so much. Oh, that's the sound of an email. Somebody bought me coffee. Non-aligned bought me a coffee. Thank you so much. Are you here? You must be here. Somewhere. Joseph, is that shamelessness? Is what shamelessness? What were we talking about? Will you do the NBC mystery TV movies on your channel like McCloud and Banachek? Probably not. God laughs at goals. You know what, Bambusa? I think you're right. But I still try to make them, and then I get all disappointed in myself when I fail. Which is more common than my success. Mercy buckets? Okay, I asked Joseph what's shamelessness, and I want to see what he's talking about. But he's not here. He didn't respond yet. Get YouTube Premium if you use YouTube a lot. It's worth it. I'm paying for YouTube Music, and then I would have to pay for YouTube Premium on top of that. I know you might be talking to somebody else, the person that was upset about ads, and I understand. The ads are getting worse and worse on YouTube. All the time. Emerald Maiden is here and surprised. Mike J says, as you are half Dutch, do you speak a little bit Dutch? Well, my mom taught me some words, but I don't know. Because my grandma spoke Dutch. So my mom just picked up on words here and there. But I don't know if I say them, I don't know if they would be correct or if I'd be saying them correctly. Because it was my grandparents that came from the Netherlands. I still need to get a map out so I can tell you exactly where they're from. So I can tell you what part of The Netherlands my people are from. None of these look like what I want to see. Yes, I am live. Nachikita. Nella says, oh yeah, bonjour Jacques. Translation of videos with help of AI, if it's possible, of course. To deep dive Columbo is genius. Your research is in-depth and I rarely catch mistakes. I make mistakes in every video. I catch them after I'm finally done and they're uploaded and they've been up. Not only do I do catch some later, but typically all my viewers catch them. And I'm always like, oh, why didn't I catch that? Why go half Dutch when you can double Dutch? Where are the dogs? They're in that room. The living room. Sleeping. One's in the recliner. My Scottish Terrier, Boris, is in the recliner. And my pointer, Jackie Brown, is in the love seat. Betty Jane says, it's my understanding that if you purchase YouTube Premium, YouTube Music is included. Well, I'll have to research that because I thought you had to pay for both. Because YouTube Premium is more expensive than YouTube Music. YouTube Music's $18 a month. So much money. This lady is brilliant. Do you think so, Silver Surfer? I need a bigger map. If I read the name of where my ancestors are from, I could tell you that look at this map. I could be like, oh yeah, that's where it is. But I can't remember at this very moment where they're from. And these are all like in a different, these are all in Dutch and I don't quite speak Dutch. This isn't helpful. You guys are probably like, I don't actually care. Yeah, I need to move on. Emerald Maiden sleeps to my videos or to Columbo. Oh, B. Varsho. Thank you so much. If you are leaning into your Dutchness, you should learn to pronounce and learn how the Dutch used the pronunciation to find German spies during World War II. Scheveningen. I need to look up how to say that and what that means. Man, YouTube, you're bugging me here. It is a place, a seaside resort. Well, I'll have to research this. And I need to write down your name. B. Varsho, you're the same person as Varsh, right? You are... I wish I could look up information, but I can't right now. Kai Wan says, I care deeply. Elvis Lee Boy says, I'm from Yorkshire in the UK, not too far from where Donald Pleasance was born. That's awesome. Kai Wolf cares deeply. Maybe I should text my mom. Maybe that would be faster. That was from Non-Aligned. It was delayed, but that was the coffee that Non-Aligned sent me. Let's see if my mom will respond. I just asked her because I'm not finding it on there. Anyway. Passion dictates goals. Lori says YouTube Premium is $24.99 a month, and you get music, TV shows, movies you don't get with the standard account. You get 5 device access for family members. Really? Matthew says, I don't quite speak Dutch. Translation, I don't speak Dutch. Yeah. There's a band from Amsterdam called the Apers or the Appers. They sing in English. They are good. The song Almost Summer is so fun and upbeat. Scheveningen.
Scheveningen.
Scheveningen. And they don't have any options to hear it besides this American AI lady. I have not seen the movie Until the End of the World. Antonio says, great German director Wim Wenders, I know who that is, and Peter Falk is in it as himself. Oh. Is that another name for Wings of Desire? Because I have that on... I have a copy of that. YouTube Music is included... Hi, Becky! Becky's another really good friend. YouTube Music is included in Premium. Well, maybe I need to talk to my husband. Bambusa says, Shauna has eliminated all goals from my morning. Uh-oh. What were your goals? Maybe we can try to turn things around. For what it's worth, I don't speak any of my ancestral language but English. So German, Gaelic, Polish, and Scandinavian languages are all Dutch to me. You're funny. I've got some funny people here. Emerald Maiden, thank you for the gift. It happens. Unfortunately, in America, they don't really emphasize learning other languages. I wish that we did. I know more Spanish than anything. And that's just from high school. 3 years in high school. That's all I know. Los Pompadores. I see the Dutchness for sure. I can tell. I'm Belgian. I can spot a Dutch person from a mile away. That is funny. But I'm also half German. Does that show too? Can you spot a German from a mile away? Because you're Belgian. And isn't that right there? Murder by Death is hilarious, Joseph says. I have that on VHS. I did enjoy it. It is a very goofy movie. Yeah. I did enjoy it. I thought it was funny. I see how you make episodes. I see it takes a while. Yeah, it does. My electron generator. It usually doesn't take me this long to make 7 notes. But we're having fun, I think, right? I'm having fun. Hi, you have a good voice. Thank you. Richlin Law. Mr. Vaporiz says, hi, started watching Columbo a year or 2 ago and found your channel sometime after. It's great to have insight to the show's process from someone so dedicated. Thank you. Stutty or Stutty says, "Hi there. I'm a big fan of your work. Stay blessed. I will try." Spike says they learned English just because they watched a ton of movies and TV shows with subs. That's smart. I think the Dutchness is stronger. Okay, thank you, Los Pompadoros. Demon Mark asks, Kay? You do have that Northern European look. A goofy movie, you say? Yes, you can disagree if you think that's wrong. That's what I think. It's clear that you're interested in older films shows other than Columbo, like Hitchcock. It'd be great if you'd cover different things, but with less detail and therefore lower wait times for videos. Funny you should mention Hitchcock, because sitting right here, for some reason, is one of my VHS collections of Hitchcock that I got from Half Price Books. It was on clearance, and how could I pass it up? You know? How do you pass up something that cool? So I took it home. Belgians, the Dutch, Germans, it's a big mixed pot around here, so I wouldn't put money on my Dutch spotting skills. We need an extended deep dive on Dick Van Dyke's beard in this episode. I'll try. I'll extensively research his beard. You look like a Bavarian Oktoberfest girl. Is that a compliment? I don't know what that means. But thank you. Speaking of languages, it is kind of blasphemous in French to watch Columbo in English because the dubbing of Falk is so legendary and excellent. I really need to hear this. City of Angels was the USA remake of Wings of Desire. That sounds awful. Some things shouldn't have any remakes. VHS is ancient, forgotten tech. Not yet, it's not. Wow, there's a face behind the voice. Yes. Geography Now YouTube channel has a feature video all about the Netherlands. Your channel is so great and so is Geography Now. Well, I need to look up Geography Now. German compliment. Alles gut. Is that how you'd say that? Just Google Oktoberfest girl. All right. It's not going to be inappropriate, is it? Oh. Oh, the girl with the beer. Kegs of beer. The beer drinking maid. Do you remember her from Dagger of the Mind? I'm pretty sure that Dick Van Dyke just regularly had a beard at the time. Whether they groomed it specially to look evil in the episode might be another question. It does look kind of evil. Hello, Martin Boyle. Thanks for being here. S.K. Anderson says, I miss VHS. Well, it's still around. You can still get it. I buy. So if the movie exists on VHS, I get the VHS copy. Even though the DVDs would most likely have some special features which you know I would enjoy. I miss needing to have half my room dedicated to my movie collection. I'm actually, there's two closets in this entire house, which is odd. One is upstairs and one is under the stairs. And I am in the process of gutting that entire closet because it's going to be dedicated to my VHS tapes. Jackie just walked by. You got a big old slobber hanging from your mouth. My German ancestry is from Bavaria. Alas, I dislike beer. It happens. What would be the most iconic filming location? Colombo filming location. I would need a moment to think about that. If they release Columbo with your commentary, I would buy the entire DVD collection again. Thank you. Oh, and my Atarian friend is still here. It's so good to see you that you're still here. Awesome, keeping the spirit of VHS alive. Yes. Yes, she's slobbering. I don't know why. She doesn't usually slobber. Hi from Holland. Oh, another one of my relatives is here. Mark Katzenberg. It was awful. Meg Ryan and Nicolas Cage. Oh, dear. Jackie Brown is a sweetie? She is. She's also wild. So wild. She's being good right now, though. She's my rescue dog, and you can sure tell. Anyway, let's move on. So, we got our book information. Looks like people have still been staying with me, even though I'm doing an awful job showing you how I make an episode, and I bet tons of people have left if they're watching the replay. Martin wants to know what got me into watching Columbo. My mom really likes Columbo, and she showed me Columbo, and I liked it immediately, and I've watched it ever since then. So, okay, let me think here. Let's pretend like I'm not live streaming. Okay. So, my printer doesn't work right now, but I always print off this list, the actors with their character names. I print it off and have it sitting on my desk with me so that as I introduce each character, I cross them off my list because I really like paper. I like pens and I like paper. Buckingham Palace iconic location. Well, it does show up in the episode, but is it an iconic Columbo location? I like the thought of people still putting those tapes into those VHS machines to watch some golden oldies. Although I do that almost every week. That's a CRT behind me, and I've got a VCR hooked up to it. My mom and I used to watch Columbo together, so watching now reminds me of her since she's been gone for a while now. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Lori. But it's always good to have things that remind us of the people we love. So I would have this all printed off. And other information I use from Internet Movie Database. Scrolling down, we would go to this trivia section. You see sometimes there's, well, now Internet Movie Database wants me so bad to rate Negative Reaction. Let's go ahead and rate it. I'm giving it a perfect score. It wants me to sign in. I'm not going to sign in. So I would read some of this trivia and see if any of it is fascinating enough to include in my notes. And then, of course, I would research it and see if it's true, because sometimes people just like to write stuff, you know. For those who don't know, VHS is probably the most popular now than it has been since the 90s. If you have VHS and you want to sell, you might be able to make a few dollars, not much, but it's seller's market now. I wouldn't sell mine. I unfortunately already sold them like in the early 2000s at a yard sale because I was trying to make money to go to this silly college. Oh, pens and paper work best for me too. I'm old though, so old school is kind of par for the course. Well, it's just I get a lot of satisfaction from writing on paper with pens. I prefer pens over pencils. I gotta focus on work, but it was a joy catching your stream. Keep being an individual person. I will. Just the mailman. I'm glad you were here. Joe Paula. Thank you for this gift. I appreciate you so much. Sharpie and Spiral Notebook. There are so many weird VHS tapes from the era of self-instruction video. Do you still buy new VHS tapes, used or new? Well, mostly they're all used, but I have found a few new ones. I don't search for new ones, but I have opened some new ones. Some people would maybe gasp at that if they're collectors, but I have opened some new VHS tapes to watch them. We have VHS of the original Star Wars editions. I wonder how much they are worth, although my son wouldn't allow us to part with them. I do too. It was before Star Wars was called Episode 4. The first one. Or the fourth one. Or however you like to call it. Thumbs up for using LibreOffice. Can't stand Microsoft myself. Thanks. They do a good job. I have no complaints about them, and they're free. Hello, Jordan. Speaking of Microsoft Office, Jordan's icon is Clippy from Microsoft Office from back in the day. I've just started season 3 of Columbo. I'm catching up. Darth Brooks says, I still have a stockpile of dozens of VHS tapes in my vault of an entertainment center. Cool. I'd love to know what movies you have. Boris Disco says, George Lucas came and confiscated my old Star Wars VHS tapes. He'll never find mine. Emerald Maiden says, same. Pen is greater than pencil. Do you make enough money on the channel to make it worth it? Or is it a labor of love? I guess it depends on how much is enough, right? I'm a pretty simple girl. I make most of my money from this channel. My husband is the real breadwinner, but I do make more than I ever expected to make here. From Columbo. So I am grateful for what I do make, and I have a hugely generous audience. I cannot complain. The only thing I can complain about is YouTube itself, because YouTube takes almost 50% of anything that I make. Dante says, is it weird? I like to get stoned and watch your videos on Columbo. What does that do for you? Now, why would you need to do that? How does that add to the enjoyment? Bambusa says, I'm smoking right now, Dante. Well, now. Martin says, off-topic question, have you ever heard of the show Poker Face? My buddy knows how I'm a Columbo junkie and recommended it to me. It's obviously an homage to the show. Yes, I finally watched the first season. And I will say that those who like Poker Face are already in the majority, so have already won the I don't know. If you really want to know my opinion, I will share it. So, we're going to look at some trivia here. At the time of original broadcast, Dick Van Dyke was the spokesman for Kodak Instamatic, 110 size film camera in a series of TV and print ads. That's interesting. Is that camera in the episode. See, I would want to look at this and see if that camera's in the episode. So I will copy and paste this, but I always put reword because I didn't write that sentence. Fallen says, YouTube, give her that 50%. Wouldn't that be nice? Joe likes the episode negative reaction. It's a great one. Dick Van Dyke is still alive. He sure is. Ben says he's smoking good looking. Lori says, I've considered doing deep dives of Mission Impossible TV series because after watching your videos, I started noticing the same extras and actors and how they reuse sets, props, and actors. Go for it, Lori. Don't be hindered by anything. Just go for it. Try it and see if you enjoy doing it. Emerald Maiden cues ominous music. Mark says, I don't think there are any in the episode. Any what? S.K. Anderson says, oh, Poker Face is by the guy who did Knives Out. I might check it out. Well, go for it. You check it out. Bob Uncle. Oh, good to see you, Bob. Wish I'd seen this earlier. Well, it's been going very slow when it comes to my process here. Still at it, huh? Daytona says. Yeah, I'm still here. Yes, Control-C, Control-V is something that I would normally do. I don't know why I did the right-click, copy, and paste thing. Thank you, Los Pompadoros. Atari's here saying, speaking of YouTube taking a percentage of the donations, what would be your preferred option to support you? PayPal, coffee, memberships? You can do whatever you want. That's why I give so many options. The one that takes... So with PayPal, if you mark it as me being a family or friend, I get to keep all of it. But if you mark it as that you're giving me money based on it being a product or something, then they take a percentage. I don't remember what the options are. But you can choose family, friend, and then I get all of it. So PayPal is basically the one that gives me the most. But if you don't want to do that, Buy Me a Coffee is the next one that gives me the most. They only take 3%. Patreon takes, I think, 10%. I forget now. But YouTube takes so much of it. Very greedy. Fallen, you have given me a gift. Thank you so much, Fallen. You say, if YouTube won't give that percent, at least I can put a drop in the bucket. Yes, you can, and I appreciate every drop. The copyright issue scares me, though. Oh, yeah, you're going to have to put up with that. That's very true. You are not going to be able to show the episodes for too long without having to deal with whoever owns it. You'll have to write up a dispute of why your video is not just copy and pasted episodes. Darth Brooks says a few of my VHS biggies are Chinatown, Dr. Strangelove, The Maltese Falcon, and Halloween. Whoa. Of those, I only own on VHS The Maltese Falcon, but I am actually looking for those other three, and I know Halloween is actually an expensive one. Pretty much if it's a horror movie, it's really expensive for some reason. Bambusa, Shauna, am I missing anything about Poker Face? What do you mean? Shauna is S-H-O-N-N-A. It's like Donna, but Shauna. Because you know Donna is D-O-N-N-A. Well, I'm Shauna, S-H-O-N-N-A. Do you have a source for some of that minuscule information, or do you just remember obscure things, or a combo of both? I find a lot, like right here, we're in the trivia section, and I look to see if anything's interesting here in the trivia section. But when it comes to seeing things that I've seen before, I lost my comments. Where'd they go? That's weird. Where did my comment section go? All of your comments have disappeared. This is not good. Here we go. Sorry, I had to reset the chat there. Oh, and Atari gave me another gift in the process. Sorry, I have to fix this now. What was I doing? Oh yeah. So I have a file over here called Columbo where I keep a lot of stuff. I have a file called Actors Returning. This is what I'm compiling as I go. So here's our list of actors that have returned. And inside each one of these files, like we'll look at, Cosmo Sardo. We've seen him quite a few times. So I'll open that, and I have screenshotted every time he showed up. And I use these screenshots in the videos. So there's Cosmo showing up in all our episodes. And like if we go find dear old Mike Lally, he's got the biggest file so far. And here's all my screenshots. You see them in the episodes. You know, that's how much we've done so far. So these are all being compiled as we go. Where is my... Oh, reoccurring themes. Here's my other file. This is where we find... I got my blackmailers in here. Hang-ups that Columbo has, like, you know, his fear of heights. Handkerchief over the phone. Every time they suggest Columbo should get another car, and he says he's got another car. Musical repeats. I forgot about this one. Props. We go in here and we find some props. I've been keeping track of chessboards, but I've been doing it sort of secretly, because eventually I'm going to show you all my chessboards. But one starts out here. There's your quick view of all the chessboards. Okay. Have you thought about selling Columbo-inspired soap on Etsy? Yes, I'm going to, eventually. Too many tabs. Yes, you're right. This channel makes me feel better about being a Columbo fan. Good. Lots of horror movie collectors. Probably why they're more expensive. Yeah, probably. I want to get... Dawn of the Dead and Day of the Dead. We're right here. We love you. Thank you, Martin. Neighbors are waking up and the horror begins. Uh-oh. Lost the comments. I found them again, Mike. What the heck? A live stream? Yep, Victoria, here we are together. I'm glad you're here. How do we pay by PayPal? Not sure I see that on your link. Forgive me. I am confused. On each of my videos, I pin a comment showing the options of, I call it Buy Me Some Chili to try to keep with the theme. But there's a link there for PayPal, which is Buy Me Some Chili. But it's on each video. And I think it's also, if you go to my channel, I believe, or each of my videos also have it in the description. And I think it's in the description of this video, I think. Because I think it auto does it. It's places. But PayPal I call Chili, and then Buy Me a Coffee is the actual name of the website. Seems a lot of crime shows in the late 60s and 70s shared the same extras. I'll bet it was a a good career for them and steady jobs. Yep, it was their career. And I get asked a lot, did they make enough money to have that be their job? And yes, that was their job. They made a living off of it. Cassidy West from Poland, hello. Is that Windows 11 you're using? Yep, it is. Yep. Why do you ask? Victoria Goodwin, wow, so uncanny to see the face behind the voice. Yep, here I am. Meticulous, Boris says. Moda says, I didn't know that. If someone gives a tip, the person they tip should get the tip. No? I guess serves split tips, but this seems different. Sad to hear. Wish YouTube supported their creators more. I totally agree. I get them taking a cut from ads because they're the ones who get the ads and put them on people's videos, or people allow them on their videos. So I get them taking a cut from the ads, but I do not get them taking a cut from donations. Because those donations are a gift to whoever you're wanting to support. So it seems unfair when it comes to that. How many hours do you put into creating an episode? 50 or more. Oh, this one's going to take longer, isn't it? I can't wait for your Etsy store to reopen. Yeah, I need to work on that. Thanks, Becky. I'm glad you're here, Becky. By the way, oh no, I don't have it near me. I was going to get the thing you crocheted, the cute little rat you crocheted for me. Mike says, how do you discover details like returning chessboards? I just watch the episodes a lot. And if you want to, many would find this ridiculous or just terribly boring, but one of the easiest ways to spot things, odd things, is to watch the episode in silence, where the sounds are not distracting you or the dialogue is not distracting you. You see a lot. Okay. Chili Studios says, I've been watching Columbo from the beginning along with your videos, but you've run out. And now you have to be patient. Yes. Sorry about that. I need... How long have I been streaming? I don't even know where... Oh, almost 3 hours. Wow. We haven't even scratched the surface. Well, here I've got some notes. Maybe I better stop here. And you just pretend there's like 5 or 6 pages of notes. And pretend that I did all this research that I wanted to do, but it's taking me forever. Oh, on Internet Movie Database, I also wanted to show you. This is where, filming locations, they show you. I have never been to LA, so it's not like I'm some LA locations expert. The filming locations are on Internet Movie Database, but I go look for them, and then I try to compare them and try to line them up to make sure that this is really a location. So we can see here, there are many locations. So it'll be fun. It'll be a fun video when I finally make it. We got Deschler's Motel. We can see if that still exists. We could see right now just for fun, so you can see how that goes. So I would... Sierra Pelona Motel. So we're going to copy this. And we are going to go to Google Maps. Let's make it bigger. I should have control. Oh, what do we got here? And this is a situation where we can zoom in onto the road. Okay, so now let's go find it in the episode. Hopefully I don't get caught for copyright here. We're going to find the motel. Actually, it's right here, isn't it? Let's see if we can see the outside. Look at here. You see this? All right. So there is the motel. And very cool. It looks like exactly the same, doesn't it? Look at that. We've got the same crisscross thing going on here. Same red doors. Wow. I didn't actually expect that. I kind of figured maybe it would be. And see the hill back there? We got the hill. And trees. This is one of the rare cases where it looks the same, isn't it? So isn't that fun? Don't you love it? Sierra Pelora Motel. Is it still called that? I think it is. Pelona, not Pelora. Yeah, it's still even the same name. That's incredible. And we can stay there for around $100 a night. It's a pretty good price. And it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. Look at that. Well, not quite. You got some city around here. That's pretty cool. I like that. I've missed a lot of comments. I'm just really excited at how. So that's how I do locations. I'm not an LA locations expert. I just look up the address and find them. Let's see where we left off here. A whole bunch of comments. Antonio says, I bet if Steven Spielberg put your notes for how I make an episode into his M7 computer, it would return does not compute. Aren't you funny? It's because it's a secret. Maybe I'm just delaying the whole thing. DK says, I live in LA and I'm a Columbo fan. I also love showing out-of-town friends around. Your channel inspired me to try and make a tour based on Columbo episodes. That is awesome. Pursue it. So this is more a passion project than anything? Yes, but it's because of you, my audience, is why I continue the passion project, because you guys give me the greatest encouragement and you seem to enjoy yourselves, so I want to keep doing it. Devil's Advocate. Yes, it's greedy to take half, but the greed also gave us YouTube in the first place. Well, YouTube used to be free. Do you use AI to help you complete it quicker? No, Alan. No AI. And I am not AI. Mike J says, I would never spot so many little things. You must have a photographical memory. I don't know. Shauna, I am the ultimate LA guide. No need for modesty. I believe it, Bambusa. That same car is still parked outside the hotel. This one? That would be funny if it was. Oh, we got an outhouse out here. Or something. Is that where the bathroom is? I like the red shutters. When we see this in the next episode, we can say we were there when you found it out. Yep, you can, Boris. So I didn't know that. I have done nothing. I don't want to make you mad at me, but I have done nothing in my research area except for what I've done today. And I'm going to work harder once this live stream is over. But I just wanted to come say hi to you guys before I start, because I haven't had 1-to-1, if that's what you would call it. Still live, Moondreamer says. Yeah, I'm still here. It's been 3 hours now. Another live stream from the best channel on YouTube. Hope I'm not late to the party. Nope. Ciaran McNulty. You're not late. I have been here 3 hours, but I haven't accomplished much. These are my notes for the episode. So you haven't missed much. No AI unless that AI can somehow run on a VHS machine. Do you have any ideas about what you'd like to do after I get that question more than anything, Victoria, and I just don't know. I kind of was leaning towards doing some old movies that star Columbo actors, but people really want the Rockford Files, but I haven't even... You're going to be like, what? You're going to be like Jack Cassidy. Hold on. Oh, my computer has to think about this. Weird. Before I say what I'm about to say, I have to tell you what your response is going to be.
Look what you've done to our car. Tell him, Ralph.
Well, sir, you did.
Okay, what I'm going to say is I have never watched the Rockford Files. This is your response. I love Jack Cassidy. He's so funny. Authentic individual. I am the original AI. Thanks, Emerald Maiden. Thank you for your compliment, Emerald. Oh, Marshall. Emerald said something very nice, I'm sure. Emerald's very kind. Let's talk about the episode Exercise and Fatality with Robert Conrad. Okay, go ahead and talk about it. I already did the review, though. I'm trying to work on negative reaction, but failing. Well, maybe not failing, but just going very slowly. Do the original Star Trek. We'll see. I'd like to. Oh, goodness. Somebody sent me a coffee. That's what that is. You're always in the neighborhood. I'm waiting and waiting and waiting for Columbo to say I was in the neighborhood, and he hasn't said it for so long because I want to use that clip. Love Jack Cassidy. So many one-liners that he delivers. I know. He delivers his lines so funny. I want a little keychain that only yells Jack's "what" when you hit the button. That would be amazing. I could make it my text message. I just joined your monthly Buy Me a Coffee, so I hope that helps. Aw, Lori. Thank you. So that was you that made the cha-ching on my phone? It must be. That must have been you. I have never seen Rockford till I finished Columbo and went to it to keep getting my 70s detective fix. I was not disappointed. Different vibe than Columbo, but equally good TV comfort food. Which Columbo co-star would you like to have met over a cup of coffee? Even though I think it would have been cool to meet Jack Cassidy, I'm not sure I would want to actually sit down and have coffee with him. And I think I would be intimidated by Robert Culp. And I think I would also be intimidated by Patrick McGoohan. Trying to think which one would be possibly one of the more easygoing of them. I would like to have coffee with Roddy McDowall. That would be fun. I wouldn't want to have coffee with John Cassavetes because I think he would be bored with me probably. His wife, though, I'd love to have coffee with her. Dick Van Dyke would be a fun coffee date. He would probably try to make you laugh, which I love to laugh, you know that. Ruth Gordon seems like she was cool. Yeah, I'd like to have coffee with her. Edith Head. I wonder if it would be a quiet coffee date or if she is a visitor. Your name figures prominently in the movie Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Yes, you're right. That's actually the first time I ever heard my name on something. And I never understood why it was even in there. Why was that line even written in the movie? Maybe I need to research that movie. Johnny Cash, yeah, he would be fun to sit down and have coffee with. Yes, McDowell, don't you think that would be fun? Have some coffee with him? Leonard Nimoy might be interesting, huh? Have some coffee with him. I would love to meet Robert Culp and Jack Cassidy, though. That would be really cool. It's almost like they're too big of a superstar in my mind, even though they're all stars. But you know how just some of them stand out to you a little stronger? Like maybe they would be too... Maybe you think they're too... I don't know. I'd just be intimidated. Leslie Nielsen, yes. He would definitely try to make you laugh. He's a guest star. He wasn't a murder. Ooh, I would love to have coffee with Vincent Price. Okay, so I showed you how I find movie locations. They're just right here in Internet Movie Database. I don't have some secret knowledge. Then another thing that I could show you here that I use. See right here, also known as. So I click on that. And we get to see Finland, France, Italy, Venezuela. That's a new country in West Germany. And obviously I can't translate that, so I use Google Translator, which we're going to do now just because I'm going to show you what I do. Snapshot for Eternity, West Germany's title. That's quite a word, look at that.
Momentaufnahme für die Ewigkeit.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Snapshot for Eternity. So that's how I do the different titles at the very end. I think those are so interesting. Then what else do I need to do? I can show you my editing, which I'm not even close because I don't start editing until I have my script written. So I guess I could show you how I write a script, couldn't I? Let's see what you guys are saying really quick. Donald Pleasance would be great to have coffee with. Iconic is the word you're thinking of. Yes, Moondreamer. Iconic. Robert Culp does look pretty intimidating. He was a giant. Yeah. I feel like I don't know what I would talk to him about. Benway says, I spent my summers in the 80s on the set of the soap opera Days of Our Lives. Were you, you worked on that show, or did you act in that show? There's like thousands of episodes of that. Emerald Maiden, I agree. I feel like Jack Cassidy would brush us common people off with a polite but disinterested response. Yes, that's how I feel. That's why I would just like to meet him, but not spend a whole lot of time with him. Yes, Matthew is back saying that he left and had to do some work. And then asks, seriously, we're only on number 9 in the notes? Yeah. We're only on number 9. I think I'm going to stop there on the notes and show you how I write my script. Her name was Jeannie, but her friends call her Shauna, but not sure the reason. John Hughes, the writer-director, chose Shauna. But it was a good choice. Such a good scene. Amazing movie. It is a great scene. Yeah, but it just doesn't... Her name's Jeannie, but her friends call her Shauna, and that's the end of the topic. And then they have the little song singing Shauna Jean. Lunch with Donald Pleasance and Ruth Gordon. Benway's uncle was the prop master. That's cool. I would enjoy that. What about Doctor Who? Would you ever want to do that? It's retro and long. I haven't watched Doctor Who yet, but I am going to soon because I have a friend that keeps saying you need to watch Doctor Who. So I will be watching that soon. If you ever had coffee with Robert Culp, ask about Greatest American Hero. I still need to watch that too. You do know Jack Cassidy is dead, right? He burnt to death in his apartment. Well, now we didn't need to bring that up, Big Ben. Okay. Boris says, or have him be your father, Cassidy. No. Oh, the mailman's here. You're going to hear some barking. Yeah, I'm getting a delivery. That's Boris barking. Boris, my big little Scotty. He's a tough guy. Don't mess with Boris. Yep, UPS is here. You're right. It's not you, is it, Joseph? TR says... Excuse my dog, this won't last long. Just when the guy leaves. When Joseph leaves, then we can continue. TR says, before I go, I don't know how much about YouTube, but I believe it helps you if you press like for the live stream, so please do that. There are a couple of 100 folks in live stream, but only 13 likes. TR is correct. If people hit like or leave comments, the interaction encourages YouTube to be like, oh, people like this video, let's recommend it. So, if you want to like my video, it does encourage YouTube to suggest that this video is worthy of someone's time. Though I wonder if it is to people, because I am supposed to be sharing with you how I make a video. And there's a lot of Q&A going on. When is Boris going to do his own live stream? He has no interest because Boris is, he doesn't like anybody except me and my husband and my mom. So if he were to live stream, he would be insulting all of you the whole time. So his audience wouldn't be enjoying themselves. Barking for days. That is funny. Atari says, I see only 243 likes. Well, thank you everyone for liking the video. So, now I need to open up a new we're going to close my notes and we're going to open up a new document because now I'm going to show you how I write my script. And when my script is written, that's when I start editing. So, here's my notes. By the way, here's the credits that are going to go in negative reactions. So those of you who have given today, you're going to show up right here. And then you'll be in the credits. So I try to keep track of all of that. Where did my new document go? Here we go. Now this is script. Which I also put in bullet points because it helps me read it so I don't get lost as easy. Richard said he just got in from work and needs to rewind. Well, you're going to have to rewind 3 hours. Jez Smith, hello. Late to the party, as usual. Are you going to do an episode devoted to the music of Columbo? Because I would love that very much. Not until I am done reviewing these. I won't be doing anything like that until... Okay. So the way I begin my videos, does anyone know how I begin every single video? They're all the same except for the first two. How do I begin every single video? Oh, I need to add my thumbnail here. Yep. You're right. So this is going to be episode 25. Negative reaction. First aired October 15th. Oh, that's coming up. 1974. Next, I always get into who wrote it, which Peter S. Fisher is the writer. It was written by Peter S. Fisher. I know in Internet Movie Database they always have Levinson and Link written here, but they don't. They're just there because they created the show. They didn't help write the episodes. Hello, Javier from Switzerland. Negative Reaction is one of my favorite episodes. Mine too. Nailed it. Love the videos. Just wanted to say thanks. You're welcome, David. Thank you for being here. It was written by Peter S. Fisher, and since we already know Peter S. Fisher, I'm not going to be going into all of his backstories, but I am going to tell you what episodes he's done. So I scroll down, find his Columbos. It was written by Peter S. Fisher, who we already know as the writer for Publish or Perish, A Friend Indeed, and An Exercise in Fatality. Now we're going to go back and we're going to go look at our director. Our director today is Alf. Now here, I remember I asked, how do you pronounce his name? And I said, it can't be Cagellan, which it's not. And I asked, is it Shalene? And I got a lot of people say, yes, it is Shalene. But I also had people say, no, it's pronounced this other way. So, Richard is sending me a gift. Thank you, Richard. And so is Spud Biro. Thank you, Spud. Richard says, I really love your videos. They kill my anxiety like little else. Oh, Richard, I'm so happy to hear that. Anxiety is a pain in the side. Spud says, love your channel. Thanks for all your wonderful work. You're welcome, Spud. I'm glad you enjoy it. Rob Churchill says, Peter Fisher is my cousin. Well, small world, Rob. What a small world. And you said it twice. You really want to make sure I know. How's he doing? Do you work besides working on Columbo? I work on my farm and trying to get that going, as well as remodeling my whole house. But there's a lot I can't do by myself, so I have to wait for my husband for that. I make soap, and I intend to sell it again. I used to sell it and make money, although it's not a very big money maker because soap is heavy and shipping costs a lot, and it's based on weight, so soap making is not a very lucrative job, but I did make a little bit of money off of that. But my main job is this. This is where I make the majority of my funds, and I'm happy with that. I have had plenty of jobs out there in the world in my past, and I'm trying to move on. Where was I? Jez says, so I can expect a Columbo music episode sometime around 2034 then? Not complaining. I love all your videos. Yep, probably around there I'll get to the music episode. Puppy in the background is the star of the video. Can you see her? I think my little screen is in the way, isn't it? Doing great. Looking forward to the episode on the cruise ship because my parents also cruised on the same ship, the Sun Princess. By the way, this room is currently just really full of stuff because a lot of things that belong in my living room. Oh my goodness, somebody sent me a gift on PayPal. How sweet. Lori did. Well, you're just busy being generous to me today, Lori. XTC Jewelry says, hey there, love what you do, and I have the Columbo TV show pilot episode scripts, about 10 episodes and PDF files. TV episodes titles just need you just need my email. My email is my channel name, watchitfordays@gmail.com. So if you ever want to email me, anybody, you're free to email me. Ciaran McNulty says, try and fit a weird word into your script so we can all listen out for it when the video goes out. A weird word. I'll think about that. But I like it. It's like me saying hello to you. Emerald Maiden, Peter's to blame for the shoelace scene in Exercise in Fatality. Peter Fisher. Oh. Rob, I'm so sorry about Peter Fisher. Your cousin. What's your favorite memory of him as your cousin? John Landrigan says Milo Janis gets my vote as the most evil villain. I thought Richard said little elves. Little elves? Like little elves. A sly little elf sitting under his own little toadstool. I like when you deploy your modesty shawl in the videos. You know what? Mogridge, I got criticized for it in the last video. I did not get criticized in my Candidate for Crime shawl that I gave the missus. But I did get plenty of people get mad at me for putting a shawl on Gretchen. Can you believe it? And I will talk about that in my compilation video one day. Do a review of a movie, Autofocus, with Greg Kinnear and William Dafoe. Willem Dafoe. I got in trouble for saying William. I know his name's not William, but Willem Dafoe about the career of the late Bob Crane of Hogan's Heroes fame. That is a very specific request. I appreciate that, George. Thank you so much for your answer, Michael says. You're welcome. Lori says she's feeling generous for her favorite YouTube channel. Yes, you are. You've given me lots of gifts today. Wow, it's noon at my house. 3.5 hours. Oh, that German word you read earlier for the title. Yeah, that's what I need to...
Scheveningen.
This one? Or was it the title? This isn't German. It was that other word for the title, right? Scheveningen. Hi from Kansas City, Missouri. Talon, we're neighbors. Actually, Kansas City, Missouri is where I picked up my Scottish Terrier, Boris. I picked him up at the Walgreens parking lot. He wasn't... I got him from a breeder. He wasn't like just in the parking lot. Richard wishes he said little elves. Antonia says, oh wow, I just realized Sly Little Elf and Merry Little Elves from the Roddy McDowell. Yeah, that's right. I never made that connection about the two little elf references. Okay, this is a Dutch word. Shaven... I can't remember it.
Scheveningen.
Scheveningen. Scheveningen. Yeah, I need to go find that other German word, but it was the title of the episode. Oh, so you are talking about this word. Okay. Scheveningen. You should do an analysis of the Ring Cycle by Wagner. I've never heard of that. I need to continue to show you what I do here. We need to save this. Script, negative reaction. Our director today is Alf Shalin. Do you guys remember his previous episode? I'm pretty sure this is he only did 2. Yeah. Ooh. Who previously directed the lovely episode Mind Over Mayhem. It's not lovely. I'm being sarcastic. My favorite Columbo mannerism is when he coughs and taps his throat, then puffs in a cigar again. And he goes, throat. I'm sorry you're confused, Matthew. I am confused too. Elian Linz wants to know when the next episode is dropping. I don't know, whenever I can get this written. Typically my scripts are about 25 pages long, and I am this far into it. Okay? David says, it is great to see the face behind the voice, behind the reviews. I love her flippant comments and how she goes into the actors who have appeared. The best channel on YouTube. Thanks. I just love it. Thank you, David. I also get comments about that I need to quit talking about the background characters, but I'm not going to because I enjoy it. So I'm kind of making the video that I would enjoy, and I want to talk about those background actors. But a lot of people say they do like it, so. Matthew says the next episode is in 2 years. No, Matthew. It's not going to be that long. Yes, Matthew, I have a lot to learn. I haven't heard of Ring Cycle, and I haven't heard of the sausage idiom. I'm always learning. And that's a good thing, right? How about some modesty shorts for Roddy? I should have given him something to cover up. That was the main criticism, that I was putting a shawl on Gretchen, but I wasn't covering up Robert Conrad in his trunks. Men walk around without their shirt on all the time, so it's, I don't know. Looks like the new episode will not be ready tonight. Not quite yet, Mike. It won't be ready tonight. I'll work on it tonight, though. Can't wait to hear your take on Vito Scotti's performance as the wino in Negative Reaction. I can't wait to share with you. Love your content. You do a great job. Thank you, Alicia. Rob says in an upcoming episode, say the word. Why are you crying, Boris? My dog's crying. Kafaka Shagan from Soap Dish. Love Vito Scotti. Never not learning. That's right, Von Cruel. Brian says, living in LA, I love how you go into locations that I pass by constantly. That's cool that you get to be like, that's where this happened from that episode. That's really neat. Yes, keep making the videos the way you'd enjoy them because you've tapped into a group of like-minded weirdos. We're all here for it. Thank you for that encouragement. Some people like to tell me what to do. I do want to please my audience, but I don't want to do something that is the opposite of what I would want to do, if that makes any sense. I have much enjoyed and laughed with some of your comments on the background characters. I'm glad, Javier. Good morning from Bay Area. Well, hello, Farshid. Von Cruel says, I just saw a story about the battle of the network stars back in the day when Robert Conrad challenged Gabe Kaplan to a foot race. His challenge was accepted and he lost. Conrad held a grudge after. Well, if you want to challenge somebody to something, you always have to accept the fact that you might lose. S-Jab loves hearing about the background actors. Good. Von Cruel says, I don't like to tell creators what to do. I have my hands full figuring out what I should do myself, usually. I know. As my wise mother used to say when I was a child, and she would say it to my cousin, because my cousin was a little hyper. But we're going to say it was my name, because I usually minded my own business. But she would say, Shauna, you take care of Shauna. So she would say that if I was like, Mom, so-and-so is doing this. Well, what better advice than to just tell somebody to take care of themselves, because that's a full-time job right there. And don't worry about other people, because you're not helping the situation. Gabe was a track star. The goofball beat a tough guy. We are all weirdos. Yep, which I like to say we're all very individual people. Columbo was a staple on Danish TV every Saturday, but we also get German TV, and there was a lot of US series, but they were all dubbed into German. I don't understand why people would complain about that attention to detail. That's what's so good about your content. Thank you, Elvis Lee Boy. Brian says, I actually had a client that I would visit in the Murder by the Book building and would love looking out onto the parking level just like Spielberg did in the opening. That's really cool. Bambusa says, my dad would visit every other year. In 1959, he took us fishing at the Sportsman Lodge. We caught no fish. It's too bad you can't even do that anymore. My favorite episode of yours is the breakdown for a friend indeed. You were very tough on the writing. Oh, thank you. I was taken aback a bit by the modesty shawl when I saw it, but I recognize that I come to your channel to see what you present, and I love it. You do you, and you're doing just fine. Well, the shawl was supposed to be a joke. I wasn't saying... I wasn't trying to be all, like make some sort of statement. I was trying to have fun. Okay. My most used in the real world is look at them, vultures. Yep. I'm coming to regret that I never got to see the shawl. Well, you can see the shawl. It's still in the episode. In fact, I have the shawl. I have the icon of the little shawl right here. Keeping it for the future. Here's the shawl. See? Thank you, Mark, for saying, yeah, the shawl is clearly a joke. People were so serious about it. And sometimes, because I am American, sometimes people from other countries like to say things like typical American, wanting to cover the human body or whatever. I got weird things like weird criticism like that. Von Cruel says, not a shawl guy, but it's a nice shawl. Yeah. Well, I've actually never worn a shawl. I guess because I haven't needed a shawl, but... So I guess I'm not a shawl girl either. But I'm just trying to help out these ladies that are getting chilly on the episodes. Chilly as in cold. Bambusa says, it's a joke, an ancient and slumbering tradition. My son is fluent in German. Do you speak German? 9. That's what Charlie Sheen's character was telling Jeannie. I forgot what we're talking about. Elian Lynn says, when I watched Columbo, I never really thought of the scenes you referenced, like, look at them. But it's pretty funny on your videos. Thank you. Ernesto says, thank you for being true to yourself and making your videos how you like. Truly a living tribute to to American ingenuity. Well, you know what I'm sick and tired of is when it comes to YouTube and YouTubers is there is like a criteria that YouTube does try to get you to follow, and the successful ones do follow it, but it annoys me so much. Where you do your, like I would be starting my video with, hey guys, thank you for watching. Before I continue the video, make sure you subscribe, and if you want, join my Patreon page, and, you know, make sure you like and hit the bell. And I get so tired of that. Because they all do it. Well, not all of them. But I guess I don't want to be like everybody else. I don't want to. Especially if somebody tells me I gotta be like that. I'm getting way off topic. Shawl it for days, Benjamin says. Hello from London, UK. Did you like Dick Van Dyke as the straight drama actor? Yes, I did. He did a fine job. Very fine. He has turned 100 and proved himself versatile. But comedy was his forte, nevertheless. I liked him on Columbo. Richard, desperately trying to think of a shawl pun. Rob says, it was funny. Clearly some people have no sense of humor. Yeah, they show up, don't they? Taking my jokes all serious. We were talking about beards and soap, Benjamin says. JJS38 became a fan. Thank you so much. Benway says, I have really enjoyed this live stream while working. You have genuinely made my day better. You guys are so nice saying that you're having a good time. I try to imagine myself as one of you guys and wondering How boring am I when I say that my video is supposed to be about my script or my video making, my episode making? Well, we got 3 points into it, didn't we? XTC says, please check your email. I will. I get almost as much enjoyment from the reviews as I got from the series back in the day. I'm so glad. I'm getting a lot of... What is happening? Tony ML88. What did you do? Sent 50 Watch It for Days gift memberships? Oh my goodness, Tony. That's a lot of gifts. Look at all this happening. Thank you, Tony, for giving gifts to everybody. You're a very kind and individual, a very generous individual, as Von Cruel says. Yes. Thank you, Tony. Look at you. Look at them all. They're still happening. Goodness. Everybody agrees that you rock, Tony. Thank you. Writing is not really a streamable activity because we're distracting. We're just glad to hang out. Yes, I knew I wasn't going to get very far, and I wasn't quite sure how this stream was going to go, but I just wanted to give you a glimpse. I guess I could be just this far and then show you what's next. Like pretend my 25 plus pages are written. What is next? So, I use DaVinci Resolve. Hey Shauna, did I spell your name right? Yes. It's S-H-O-N-N-A, just like Donna, but Shauna. We are not updating today. So let's say we're going to open up a new project. So here is DaVinci Resolve. New project. Let me make sure everybody's here. Look at all the love for what you do. Deserved. Thank you, David. I know, I feel very loved. Robert says, yeah, appreciate the peek behind the scenes, of course. Joseph says, okay, good. Henry Mancini, or is it Mancini, is the composer of the Pink Panther. And for Columbo, my belief is they wanted his theme to be as iconic as the Pink Panther. It should have been. Ernesto says, I love when you subtly reference Tarantino movies in your videos. Thank you. J.R.E. Wing. Thank you for the gift. And Rob Churchill joined as a fan. Thank you. I'm writing your name down. I think of your reviews as companion pieces to each episode. It's great for a Columbo obsessive for each episode to have its own individual sort of mini documentary. Thank you. I'm glad you feel that way. The Arch Vile. I found something you may find interesting. There is a Japanese show called Columbo of Shinano that is about a Japanese man who dresses as and copies Columbo's mannerisms and solves murders. Well, I'm going to have to look into that. So young, Richard says. Me or who? Okay. So we're pretending my pages are written. The very first thing I didn't mention that I record my voice. So that's actually the first thing I do. And all I use is the regular voice recorder that comes with the Microsoft. I don't use anything special. And then I would edit my voice in DaVinci Resolve. which is so boring. I almost fall asleep every time I edit my voice because I'm so bored. And then okay, let me catch up here first. Charlie Sheen's character says, "You ought to spend a little more time dealing with yourself and a little less time worrying about what your brother does. It's just an opinion." That is great wisdom. Well, I got a gift from Farshid Ramani. Uh-oh, my mother's calling me. Hello? Hi. Well, what is it? Friesland? Okay. Gelderland and Friesland. Okay. Yeah. I'm doing a live stream on my Watch It for Days channel, and I was sharing where my Dutch ancestors were from, and I couldn't remember. And you're on it right now. Yeah, I'm still doing it. Yeah. Still. Okay, thank you, Mom. I love you. Bye. Okay. Well, my ancestors are from Gelderland and Friesland. Now you guys know. And that was my dear mother. A wonderful lady. Thank you. I like that you like my ringtone. Yes, it needed to be loud but not annoying. The north of Netherlands. Her mother solves the family mystery. Really try to watch all your shows. So nice of you. I'm a fan of Columbo episodes. Good. Thank you everyone who said hi to my mom. Yes, you can always count on Mom. Friesland? I don't know. And I don't know if Friesland is exactly how it's said or not. A Dutch person in here needs to tell me. Yep, I'm Hungarian and saw it in person. Very cool. Oh, are you aware that there's a Columbo statue in Budapest? There's also a statue of dog at his feet. I have seen pictures. That's pretty cool. Charlie Sheen introduced in movie Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Is that his first movie? He had quite a role there with his red eyes. Friesland in Netherlands and Germany. They share the region. Interesting. This episode is the one with Dick Van Dyke. Yes? Yep. Friesland has its own language, the second official language of the Netherlands. Interesting to know that. So there you go. There's my ancestry. Gelderland and Friesland. Let's look at that on the map. So there's Friesland. Okay. I'm not sure which grandparent is from which one. I should have asked that, but I guess it doesn't matter, does it? So northern Netherlands. Is it cold over there? And they got these little islands. Neat. Well, now we'll remember because I have all of you here with me. As a VFX supervisor, I'm in Resolve often. We use it for color grading. I probably do the most basic thing possible with DaVinci, but I really like it and I know it can do so much more. But I'm pretty basic with it. Which you can probably tell with my videos that I'm basic. So the first thing I would do is drag the entire episode into into the timeline. And wait for its audio to show up because it has to load. Dick Powers Presents says, discovered your channel a short while ago. Me and my wife Carol are working our way through each episode you're doing. Well, thank you. I'm so glad you and your wife are here. Friesen, Friesland sheep. I spun their wool. I want to spin wool someday. I'm thinking about getting sheep someday. I think that would be cool. That is if it's recommended. I have to do research still. I don't want to just buy livestock just to buy livestock. I'm still dealing with all my chickens. I can see my German hometown on the map. Essen is your German hometown? Oh, there. That's where your home is. Isn't that cool? Very cool. My father was in Holland during World War II, among other places. Well, I am thankful to your father for his work. Okay, now our episode is here, but my video doesn't start with just the episode starting. It always starts with the title screen. So, actually this is the wrong video. Actually, the very first thing that I do, except now I lost the chat. Let me get the chat back. Robert says I could buy many so I can count them before I sleep. I fall asleep pretty well. I don't think I need to go out and count my sheep. So what I look for first if we can get to it. There we go. This is the very first thing I do. Is we take a picture of the screen. And believe it or not, I use Microsoft Paint a lot, which seems kind of funny, doesn't it? And I put it in there, and then I save it, and we're putting this on my desktop. We got to make a new folder because each video gets a new folder called Pictures Negative Reaction. So we go in here, and this is our title screen. Do you know something interesting about this? This isn't right. This isn't supposed to be here. We need to zoom out. I don't want all that on there. We need to start over here. There we go. All right. What's interesting about this now is there's no more that the Roman numerals and the what have you down here. It's now just the title screen. So, that's not what I want. What do I want? What am I looking for? Oh yeah. So we have our new folder, which goes down here. All my stuff I'm working on goes right here. So I'd have that open, and we'd bring in this, because this is how the episode will begin. So if my voice was recorded, I would be like, and I zoom in, because I'm trying to do anything I can to discourage copyright. Let's see where you guys are, what you guys are saying. How do you get the whole episode into your computer to put into the editor? Well, I screen capture the DVD. So I push play on the DVD on my computer and record it, and then I stop recording it, and then I have the video or the episode. I don't know how to actually just extract the episode off of the DVD. I don't know how that's done. So I just screen capture it. I'd like to visit Germany someday. It's a home to some fantastic watchmakers, many of them in Glashütte. Oh no, RIP chat. No, it's here. We're back. Thank you for all you do, Shauna. Well, thank you for being here. JRE Wing. Robert says, nice and organized. Love it. The Archvile says, I can't wait to learn what every camera used about every camera. I'm going to try. What when I'm trying to identify things like that, because I'm not like some expert on, like in the last episode, the computers and the typewriters, I use Google Lens. I use Google Lens. So I literally take a picture of the thing, and I want to see real life pictures of that other people have taken, like from eBay or whatever, so I can identify the brand. I'll try to get you an example here soon. I recently picked up the complete Columbo box set that comes in a box that resembles a cigar box. Ooh, you got the cool one. It will be on my channel on one of my haul videos, which contains a shout out for your channel. Is it coming out soon? I need to go find you, don't I? Dick Powers Presents. I think you can also tag me so I can find it, your video. I went ahead and subscribed to you. Okay. Do you have a special Mike Lally folder? I do. Yep, I do. I'll show it to you. I showed it earlier, but I'll show it to you now because it doesn't take very long. I have an actors returning folder, and this is being compiled as we go. This isn't pre-done. I'm doing it as I go. Here's our Mike Lally folder. We got 15 references to him. And all of our other actors in here. Here's some unknown ones. My 3 unknown repeats in here. That I want to know their name, but I don't. Rob Churchill says you cannot extract directly from the DVD. Well, that makes sense because of it's encoded with copyright or copy protection. Okay, well there you go. So I just screen capture. Handbrake. Handbrake, everybody's saying. Is that something about... Yes, there is a Mickey Golden folder. There's a folder for everybody who's been here before. The Archvile asked, did you learn a lot about old cameras this go around? I will. I literally... This is how far I've gotten. I've got so much to research and write. This is literally me starting the making of a Columbo deep dive. I wonder if Jack Cassidy is a fan of this channel. I bet he might be because I pretty much praise him in all of his episodes, so he probably likes it. What do you screen capture with? I just use Shadowplay that comes with my graphics card. But you can use OBS, which is what I'm streaming with. Which is, once you spend a little bit of time with it, it's pretty easy to figure out. Steve from Yellowstone says, you are my current favorite YouTube. Thank you. I am so thankful for that. And I feel very special. You can only do what you've been doing with some good organization. You're absolutely right, Von Cruel. I can hear the rain. The rain's getting heavier. Don't you just love rain? It's been so dry here. So dry. All the grass is yellow. And when you walk outside, it's crunchy. But it's raining all day today. How about Obsidian? Do you ever consider using knowledge management software like that? I don't actually know what that is. When I hear Obsidian, I think of the game company. Isn't that a game company? Handbrake rips DVDs, even coded. Hmm. Rob Churchill asks, Handbrake is still a thing? This episode has quite a sympathetic murderer, up to a point. Yeah, it's a confusing one because, man, his wife is an old ball and chain. But then the second murder is so mean. That was the friendliest man that he killed. Just trying to make a go of it. Yep, that is his book. I was looking at it earlier with all of you. I have a serious question, ma'am. Uh-oh, Steve from Yellowstone. I hope you do not mind me troubling you one more time, but did you figure on a converter? What do you mean, like a caliber converter? Is that what you're talking about? What do you mean, did I figure on a converter? I assume Dick Van Dyke is watching the stream right now. That's an interesting assumption, Mike. Obsidian is free. I recommend it. You can use it to centralize all your notes about everything and map out relationships. Jeannie says, wow, I can't believe you're still going. I can't either. Oh my goodness, it's been 4 hours. This is the longest explanation I could have possibly made on how I make a video. I guess I've barely explained it too. Which maybe there's still a lot of mystery involved for all of you, right? Miss Columbo would be proud of your reviews. Thank you. My dog is crying behind me. He's mad because it's raining. It's Boris, my Scotty. He's a little prince. J.R.E. Wing. Is that how you want your name said? I stand by what I've told you before. Universal needs to hire you to provide your deep dives into Columbo to include with their DVDs. Wouldn't that be the day? George Wilson says Jack Cassidy was killed in December. Yes, but we don't need to talk about that. Splendid Design says, my cat, Boobles, Boobles Scroobles, what a name, is so much like Antoinette Bowers. No wonder she hates Dick Van Dyke. That is an interesting connection you have there with your cat. I always thought the setup for the episode was meant to be sort of dark parody of the Dick Van Dyke Show. That's just speculation on my end, though. That's an interesting thought. Steve from Yellowstone says, I never figured on a converter. So that's what you're talking about. Did I ever get a converter? No. I have no use for one. It's a caliber converter. I know the episode says calibration, but it's a caliber converter. Apple Del Doc says Don Gordon is the perfect actor to play the second victim. He always knew how to play hard luck characters like Alvin. You feel terribly sorry for the man because he's so kind. Oh wow, that's awful. Didn't know. George Wilson. Oh yes, about poor Jack Cassidy. Yeah. Just thinking of you and your channel yesterday. What a treat to find you live streaming. Thanks for doing this. You're welcome, Soul Rays. The Tacky Pomp says, this is awesome. Thank you, from Pulsebo, Washington. I've never been that far west. And I don't know if that's how it's said, and I'm sorry if it's wrong. The Archvile says, it just means we all like talking to you, Shauna. I'm so glad. I'm thirsty. Kay Wolf says, I'm still mystified how you do what you do. Yeah, and the way I'm going here, I'm not going to be able to help the mystery because I'm not doing a very good job. Oh, J.R., would it be Ewing? Is that how I would say it? Or am I saying Junior? I don't know. I bet from Dallas. I haven't watched Dallas. When you complete this project, I wonder if something like that could ever happen, or even happen. I don't know. I'm such a small time. I don't know why they would want my stuff, because they want people with like backgrounds and stuff, and I have no backgrounds in any of this. I just am a fan. So I don't know if they would want me. Boris is so cute. I watched all of your walking videos when you still lived in the city in your condo. Aw. Yes, he's a sweetheart. Only to 3 people in the world. He's very mean to everybody else. He's a good guard dog. He'll bite your ankles if he doesn't like you. Thank you, Steve from Yellowstone, saying that my work should be amplified by Universal. Thank you. Another redhead? Who's another redhead? Having a late breakfast in Oregon. Love watching you share your thoughts. Thank you, Robert. What are you having for breakfast? What do people in Oregon have for breakfast? I forgot about the second murder in the episode. Yes, Lori, it's a sad situation. Will you do an edited down version of this how-to as a video and upload it as a new channel myself? It's always interesting to see how others edit. I know I need to get busy here, don't I? Did you watch Poker Face? Yes, I did. I watched the first season. I borrowed it from the library. As parasocial relationships go, this is quite satisfying. I'm glad, Von Cruel. Mike J says, what did you watch on TV as a teen? See, I'm really a movie person. I watched tons of movies. As a teenager and television, I watched I Love Lucy a lot. I watched All in the Family. I watched a little bit of Andy Griffith. My grandpa loved Andy Griffith. I watched Laverne and Shirley. Like, I used to watch Nick at Night, and they had the old shows. I don't think that exists anymore. And Three's Company was on there. I watched. I watched South Park a lot. You don't need a background. You're the best Columbo forensic investigator. Thank you, the tacky pomp. This episode is an alternate universe of Mary Poppins. Hello, John. Glad you're here. Yes, we are at the 4-hour mark. Poker Face Season 2. Juan Carlo Esposito as a killer. Great show with the Columbo spirit. I'm glad you like it. A lot of people like it. I like you and the people who turn up here in the chat. Yes. Thank you. There's a lot of nice people here. Nostalgia is your niche. I am here to watch you explore it. If you ever approach Kojak, I will retire from my job. You're funny, Steve. I started listening in Carson City. Now I'm up at Tahoe. Really enjoyed having you along for the ride. Really appreciate you keeping the Columbo legend alive. Thank you. Night Trup. Rip Rock. Thank you. Hello. If you could change one gotcha moment, which one would you change? I think the first one that comes to mind is the episode we just got done with, which was Exercise and Fatality. I think that gotcha needed something switched around. Robert's having waffles, eggs, and Costco bacon in Bend, Oregon. Wow, that is a hearty breakfast, Robert. You're going to be set. You're going to have a really productive day. Did you ever watch those the Mrs. Columbo show with Kate Mulgrew? They never came in Germany, which was a good thing, I guess. So, on the Columbo DVDs, there are a few episodes. I don't even know how many episodes there were. But I think the DVD will share like 5-ish. And I could barely make it through any of them. That's my opinion. You're right. Such a nice group of people here. I wish the whole internet was like that. Me too, Atarian. I wish that too. People love to be angry. So it's nice to have all these friendly people. Oh, pancakes in Arizona. Pancakes are good. A wilder mode just joined, slowly catching up. This is awesome behind the scenes look. Thank you. I'm glad you think it's awesome. It's been very slow, but I'm more interested in you, I guess. Just had chili, no joke, here in Utah. That's awesome, Ben. Did you have beans in it? Ringo says, I admire your hard work you're putting in. Looking forward to the episode Try and Catch Me with Ruth Gordon. My favorite episode. Greetings from Germany. Thank you, Rob. I also really like that episode. One of my favorites, too. I think Columbo needs some patience to enjoy. That excludes angry people somewhat. I agree, Robert. I agree with that. Was there an actor you wished were the Columbo murder? Yes, there's a whole bunch. At the end of my Lovely But Lethal episode, I asked you guys to tell me some people that you wish could have been a Columbo murder. And there is an amazing list. Just look in the comments of what would be really fun to see them as a Columbo murderer. Good, Benjamin, that you had beans. It's good for you. Good fiber. That's why I like these chats, because the interaction is so pleasant and kind, like you, Shauna. Wow. Thank you, Lori. Yep, bunch of nice people here. It's true that watching your channel is kind of traveling in a time machine. Seeing through your eyes the world as it was half a century ago is quite interesting. It's a lot of fun. I enjoy doing it. I just kind of dread the editing process is all. Are you discussing Columbo? I'm trying to. Vincent Price, yes. That is a man that was good at what he did. Robert Andrew says, Ruth Gordon always added something to everything she was in. Mr. Rogers as a Columbo murderer. Even though that would be fascinating, I highly doubt Fred Rogers would have been a Columbo murderer. Okay. So, did you fear a common Nick episode to cover? I remember the episode Columbo in a Leather Jacket, which was terrible in my opinion. I'm not sure what you're talking about. You're very good at it. Greetings from the UK. Thank you, Simon. Ferranti. Oh, Antonio would be highly unsettling. Yes, that would be unsettling. Okay, so at this point, I will show you what would happen next. So my episode would begin. Episode 25, Negative Reaction, first aired October 15th, 1974. So this is where I would add in text for people to see. So we're going to throw in here the date, October, I already forget, was it 15th? Yeah, 15. And I would try to make I like to use extra bold. The text or the fonts on DaVinci Resolve are weird and they seem like they're missing. So I just find whatever I can that's acceptable enough. And I try to sort of match the color of this yellow. The yellow will change here and there. But I just kind of get sort of close. See, that's kind of close. That's good enough for me. And then I'll just kind of move the date somewhere, like here. And maybe make it just a little bit bigger. So it would show up like this. And then the next thing I would say is it was written by Peter S. Fisher, who we already know is the writer for Publish or Perish, A Friend Indeed, and Exercise in Fatality. And so I have all of those thumbnails, which I'm missing an Exercise in Fatality thumbnail. I need to go find it. But I would pull these out. Publish or Perish, A Friend Indeed, and okay. So we need to find Publish or Perish. Here it is. So I'd put that here. And then we need A Friend Indeed. And then I need to go find my an Exercise in Fatality to put in here. So then the next thing I would do, oh yeah, and I would also put a picture of Peter S. Fisher. So every time I put pictures of people, oh, there's some sunlight behind me, isn't there? Or some glowing behind me. Excuse me for that. It's getting too bright back there. So I'm just really quick. You can use a color picker and it will give you the exact color code to match. Really, Matt? How do you do that? How do you choose a color picker? Isn't there a color picker tool? Usually there should be and such. See, Robert and Matt are telling me about this color picker. Boris says, say the lovely Exercise in Fatality as the code word. We watch it. If I need to reference lovely, but well, Exercise in Fatality was lovely to me. So I would call it lovely if I was being sarcastic, probably, which would be in Mind Over Mayhem. I'm glad you're learning stuff, Ray. John, why do you say Bad Bunny SNL? The rain stopped, Benjamin says. I don't hear it anymore. It's still really cloudy out there, though. It's just like really white, though, on this camera. Probably when you choose the color and it opens a menu. Oh my goodness gracious. You are right. Look at that. Look at that. You smart people in the comments. All this time I've just been eyeballing it. Pick screen color. That is so cool. Thank you to Matt and Robert. And somebody else. Was it somebody else? Yes, Robert. Queen Quack. Thank you. Hello from the Canary Islands, Dominic says. Hello. Splendid Design says I'm actually learning stuff here. Me too. Would you think new series of Columbo could work these days? New Magnum? No, The Prisoner, Patrick McGoohan, no, and others. If you do think so, which one? No. No to everything. We're always learning things every day. That's right, Das Com. Steve says, coming up after this episode is the only one they filmed in South Carolina. Looking forward to the McGoohan. I'm looking forward to working on it. Knew the Avengers TV show would not work either. The 1976 version was great, but now it would stink. Yeah, just like Rocky's apartment. Remember that? He's like, it stinks. I know they wanted to do a new McCloud. David, Poker Face is really close to Columbo remake. That's what a lot of people say. I didn't mind the Magnum PI reboot. Only the original series has a special place in my heart. Any attempt to reboot Columbo would be an entirely different show. You're exactly right, Henry. I teach English and make videos for YouTube and TikTok and others. I love it, but I always dread the editing. I know. Editing drags you down, and it takes so long. I am done with remakes and reboots. Sorry. I agree. If they want to remake something that was already terrible. It doesn't make sense to remake things that were good. David says, it did not really work for me. Poker Face was a bit, You know what, David? I am with you on that, and all I read is that people liked it. So people who liked it, I'm glad you liked it, but I wasn't one of them. I've seen something about the new Poirot, but that forever will be David. Yep, I agree. They shouldn't be doing that. Do a deep dive on Throw Mom from the Train. I would. I totally would. I would love to deep dive movies. Let Sleeping Dogs Lie. Yes. I don't think any of them could reboot successfully. Dennis Weiser had a tiny little public park named after him in Tucson. It has since been renamed, though. I don't even know who that is. Now I need to look up who that is. There's so many names I don't know. Oh, not David. Dennis. Oh, do you mean Weaver? Okay. Okay, that makes sense. They remake stuff that was good because they won't do anything good by themselves. But the cash they want, of course, I know. And they figured, well, this was popular, so this will be a guaranteed at least people will watch it. The only successful reboot was Twin Peaks. So, I liked the Twin Peaks Returns on my second viewing. But I did not like it the first time I saw it because, in my opinion, it is not... Twin Peaks Returns isn't Twin Peaks. It has Twin Peaks elements and it has actors from Twin Peaks, but it's David Lynch. And I liked it the second time. Darth Brooke is quoting Throw Mom from the Train. So the man that makes the dive presses a button or something, and it dove. And the enemy was foiled again. Twin Peaks was not a reboot. Yeah, that's true, Steve. It's not a reboot. You're right. It was return. They're returning. You're right. It's not a reboot. Every Lynch has to be seen twice. Now, that is a good point. You are right about that, because the second viewing, I think, will probably always be better. By the way, have you seen Straight Story? That's a David Lynch film filmed in Iowa. Okay. Were actual series you like? Straight Story was fantastic, yes. I have it on VHS. I felt the same way about Hawaii Five-0 remake. Changed all the characters. Show was fine, but it wasn't Hawaii Five-0. Yeah. Battlestar Galactica was an awesome reboot. That's good. Straight Story is great. Mrs. Columbo is in Throw Mom from the Train. That's the first time I ever saw her face, was from Throw Mom from the Train. Wonder how Columbo would have done in the X-Files. Its remake is coming, apparently. Really? They're just busy with remakes. Oh, what was I doing again? Oh, yeah. So I would look up a picture of Peter S. Fisher. We'd go to images, and I'd pick the one that I like today. So I'll pick a different one each time, you know. Here's a nice one, don't you think? He's all dressed up in his tux. Maybe I'll pick that one. Here he is with Angela Lansbury, because that was his big thing. I've never watched Mrs. Columbo. Is it good? No. Richard Farnsworth is a highly underrated actor. Know what, Shauna? Splendid Design asks. I think you'd make a great TV detective. You have a dog, you drive a Peugeot, and you like chili. I don't drive a Peugeot. That would be kind of cool if I did. I wish I had a cool car. My car's okay. If it was good, it would have been mentioned more through the years. I was sad to finish Columbo years ago, but your vids always make me feel like I'm watching it for the first time all over again. It's a treat. Thanks so much for these. You're welcome, Ryan. Thanks for being here. Pretend Mrs. Columbo never existed. Seriously, I do, but people keep bringing it up. I wonder if Mrs. Columbo, because of how poorly it did, how strict the copyright is on that. My theory, Mrs. Columbo should have been Angela Lansbury's character in Murder, She Wrote, and both of them would have been fictional thoughts in each other's series. I've never heard that one. That's interesting. I'm German, so we never heard the show here, and I never heard about it before the internet. That's okay. Keeping Germany clean. Von Cruel says, I have an e-bike, and there's a car at my building that I can use when needed. All right, saving money on gas. This is random, Matt says, but I have a feeling if Norm MacDonald was still with us, he'd be a big fan of yours and your show. Thanks for all the free entertainment. You're amazing. Oh, Norm MacDonald. You know, I'm sad when you get sad when celebrities die and stuff. But I was extra sad when he died because I didn't even know he was sick. And I don't know. I really liked Norm. Dominic says, should have been played by a bigger woman. As we all know, Columbo happens to like a woman. He likes someone you can just have a nice big hug with. Mrs. Columbo is lost in the Gamma Quadrant on the starship Voyager, and it's for the best. That's pretty funny, Robert. Das Com says, I never liked Murder, She Wrote. I like the concept, but the stories were so weak and confusing. Well, that's okay. I love hearing... that's fine. You don't have to like it. That's good. Variety, right? No Columbo in Germany? Wow, I wonder why. No, it's not Columbo that wasn't in Germany. It was Mrs. Columbo that wasn't in Germany, right? Splendid Design says, keeping Germany clean. Yes, that show was a disaster. Putting this out in the universe, a Columbo reboot called Lieutenant Columbo starring Josh Swickard as Columbo, starting in his first year as lieutenant with LAPD. Now, I don't know who that is. Josh Swickard. I still don't know who that is. He's a young lad. So, this picture I like of Peter Fisher. So I would say save image as, but. No, there's no but yet. So, I'm going to go to my folder, pics of negative reaction. I'm going to name this Peter Fisher. All right. So, back to Da Vinci. Bringing in. Okay, so I would say, okay, this needs to move. Okay, people are talking. Love the Fargo series. Brilliant. R.I.P. Norm. Loved him so much. And yes, I think he would have loved your show. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm a big appreciator of stand-up comics, and I loved Norm's comedy. Me too. And he was a very individual person, that is for sure. Okay, which actress should play Mrs. Columbo? Any ideas? I'd have to really think about that. I think it's best we don't try to put a face to her. Von Cruel says, it doesn't make sense that people drop like flies whenever Lansbury's character was around. There's reason to suspect her of some of the murders. That's all I'm saying. Norm used to mention obscure old character actors all the time, like Burt Mustin. Yep. Just looked it up. The statues in Budapest. Yes, it is. I did not bring Norm into the discussion, but in his honor, I want to pay tribute to our nation's prostitutes. They do the Lord's work, really. Okay, Steve. It's an interesting joke you picked out. Would people ask about Mrs. Columbo so much if it wasn't who eventually became Captain No, I don't think so. The text is moving fast. Lee Grant would have been a great Mrs. Columbo. You think so? Lee Grant is my number 2 celeb crush of all time. She was a beautiful woman. She's still running around, isn't she? I love Lee Grant and everything. Too handsome. Yeah, he was quite a young fella. I always thought about Mrs. Columbo as some stereotypical Italian housewife straight out of movies like Goodfellas. I could see that because it was, she seems to have a pretty strong personality as the series goes and likes to talk. You could do a Columbo origin story and see how he went from New York to LA and how he lost his eye, and that would be fun. She's so good at naming files. Did you like my file name? Thank you. Von Cruel. I'm giving you and your listeners my recipe for making my world famous waffles. A tablespoon of instant vanilla pudding mixed in with milk and egg before you put it in the pancake powder. Enjoy. I bet that is incredible. Thank you, Robert. Can we just stop and appreciate Bob Culp in that ice cream outfit? Yes, we can, and we're going to appreciate it right now. Hi everyone, just found out about this live stream and had to check it out. Thanks for being here, Robert Kirkendall. Don't get dizzy. Okay, we need to back up here. There we go. Robert Culp in his ice cream outfit. What about Billy Bob Thornton as the new Columbo? I once read that Peter Falk suggested in passing that Jean Stapleton might have worked as Columbo's wife. I'll have to look up who that is. I liked Poker Face, had some of the vibes intentionally. That's what DOSCOM says. Shelley Winters as Mrs. Columbo. I bet Mrs. Columbo was a real battle axe. Yeah. Yep. God bless her. The early 50s movie detective story is on YouTube. It features a younger Lee Grant in her first Oscar-nominated role. Robert Culp is one of my favorites for sure. Did you ever notice how a huge proportion of the LA police force in Columbo seems to have been directly transplanted from New York City? Yep. They wanted to become a star, but they couldn't, so they became a cop. Culp was a king on Columbo. Yes, he was. The sunglasses are just making it perfect. Yep, it is complete. Oh, Jean Stapleton was Edith Bunker. I could see Edith Bunker as Mrs. Columbo. I could totally see that, actually. My coffee is cold. My coffee is 4 hours and 40 minutes cold. Faye Dunaway as Mrs. Columbo. She might be too I don't know. Faye well, you'd have to convince me why Faye Dunaway would be a good Mrs. Columbo. Mrs. Columbo was portrayed in Murder Can Hurt You. Mrs. Columbo encouraged Lieutenant Columbo's cooking. She had many interests, but cooking is not one of them. Robert Culp with a mustache or without. Any favorites? Well, let's see. My favorite mustache face. Oh, it's not here. Oh, yes, it is. Actually, no, it's not here. I'm trying to find... Yeah, here we go. This is a mustache face that I like. Yes, he's so evil. You need an assistant. I do. I agree. I'd probably get more done, right? Hi, Eclectic Gamer. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for what you say. They would clash. Who would clash? I would buy an ice cream from Robert Culp. I probably would too. He looks like a mustached angel. Yes, he does. Angel of death. Yep. This is such a cool shot with the mirrors. Oh yes, when he was at the mirror. I really like Robert Culp. He is such a character. Here's a summary of the episode. Sydney Sweeney as Mrs. Columbo. Steve likes the Bart Keppel Culp. I do too. I like all of Robert Culp. I like that he shows up in season 1, 2, and 3. That's neat. Are we getting distracted? He's very handsome. Oh, one of my favorite moments. Oh, doesn't he look so cool? We're getting distracted. Oh, there's one of my favorite moments right there. Too cool for school. That's why he's got a 1911. A chrome one. And he does not care one bit. Look at him go in his pinstripe suit. We're getting distracted. Okay. So, now that I have a picture of Peter Fisher, I drag him over here, and I would be like, and it was written by Peter S. Fisher, who we know as the writer for... I'd make him a little bit smaller, because I don't want to cover up the title. And I like to go over here to the cropping and make the sides softer, so it just kind of fits, I guess. Culp's sleeves were always too short, I know. He was always adjusting his sleeves and his shoulders and trying to get comfortable in his outfit. He had very long arms and long legs. Slow Pace Game says, wow, I always miss live streams. Thanks for making it long enough for me to notice and stop by. Hello from Norway. We're going on 5 hours. Oh my goodness. Oh. Okay, once this reaches 5 hours, I think I'm going to go because this was my whole day. And my face hurts from smiling and talking. Columbo never wore a wedding ring. There is no Mrs. Columbo. People love to make that argument, Ayav. But, oh, I see your name. I see your name, you clever, funny person. People like to make that argument, but I have met plenty of blue-collar men who do not wear wedding rings. I'm not saying, I mean, Columbo could have his reasons for it. Maybe wearing a wedding ring would be some sort of liability if there's someone he doesn't want them to know he's married or something like that. Usually when a blue-collar man, though, doesn't wear a wedding ring, it's because he works with maybe machinery or what have you, where the ring could hurt him or get stuck and his finger get ripped off. But I don't think that would happen in Columbo. I think he has his reasons for not wearing a wedding ring, and I think it's strategic. Eclectic Gamer says, no wonder you are so tired. Do I look tired? Do I have the appearance of it? My brother always does that arm-shoulder adjusting too. He's 6'4". Nothing fits him right, so he's always fidgeting. The poor man. Crow T Robot is here saying, glad I caught you, even if it's the end. I'm glad you're here. That was a stepdad joke. Does your face hurt? Well, it's killing me. That's a good joke. They mentioned Mrs. Columbo on the boat trip episode. Yes, she was there on the boat, and there were plenty of people who saw her. There's plenty of evidence of Mrs. Columbo existing. Not with that tan, because that would show. He's referencing Death Lends a Hand when we were talking about that lucky killing ring. My husband doesn't wear a ring because he's lost 3 and I stopped buying new ones. See, married men sometimes don't wear their ring and they have their reason for it. You look sweet as candy. Well, thank you. Just from your live stream. Great to see and hear your voice again. Thanks, John. Darth Brooks says, if there's no Mrs. Columbo, who was he always talking to on the phone? The ghost of Gene Stafford? Exactly. Splendid Design says, Crow T, how's Tom Servo? That must be an inside thing. Keith Thomas says, greetings from Wales again. I love your narration voice. Thank you, Keith. Fudgesicle says, you don't look tired. You look great. And I really enjoy your show and all the effort you put in. Thank you so much. Eclectic Gamer says, no, you look great. Do you get cranky when you're tired? No, not at night. If I were to ever say a moment when I'm cranky, it's when I first wake up. But at night, I'm usually pretty happy. Afternoons and evenings are my favorite times of the day. So it was actually kind of odd that I showed up here. When did I show up? Like 9 o'clock? I don't even remember when I started streaming. I just discovered your commentary by accident and really enjoyed it. Oh, I'm so glad you're here, Tamlin. I'm so glad you're here. Oh, DKK. What currency is that? That's a new one. Thank you, Buddha Buddha. I'm writing down your name because you're ending up in the credits. I could not sleep without you. Oh, Retromantic, you must have slept before me. But I appreciate that. They use very often the Columbo is overslept trope in the show. Alex says, I remember the flashlight screen. Yes, I learned that it's the movie mystery business. And I'll fix that in my compilation video when I was like, what is the point of the flashlight, man? I'll fix it later. Oh, Splendid says, Crow T, Robot, and Tom Servo are characters on Mystery Science Theater 3000. Impossible funny show where they do what you do, kinda. They watch and comment on awful movies. I have seen a few episodes of that show, and it was very funny. Shauna's superpower is super bladder. Well, that's so funny you say that. Well, I tried to make sure to take care of all my business right before starting, and all the water that I've drank is this much, half a glass. So I might be starting to get to the dehydration point. So that's another reason why I want to quit, because I just need to, and I haven't eaten lunch, which isn't really a bad thing for me, but. Shauna, Night Owl here. Reconciling myself to mornings can be a challenge. Why aren't mornings easier? Like, you just got done sleeping, so why can't you just wake up and feel like Pee Wee Herman? Have you seen Pee Wee Herman's Big Adventure? He gets out of bed so jolly and jumps on the bed and starts playing with toys. Why isn't that how we get why can't it feel that exciting to wake up? It's frustrating. And then you can't fall asleep at night. Thank you, Serge Audenart. I really appreciate this, that you sent me this gift. I gotta write down your name, because you are going to be in the credits. Okay. That's a whole new name for me. I've never heard of such. Just keep on your good work. Danish currency. Thank you, Buddha Buddha. Plot twist. You're Mrs. Columbo. The timeline doesn't work, Nicholas. It doesn't quite work. Cinnamon buns are ready. The perfect aroma for your enchanting conversion. My conversation? Thank you, Ray. I should make cinnamon rolls. That sounds good. I like to make them. Oh my goodness. Eclectic Gamer. Thank you so much for all your hard work. You are so sweet. You're always here for my live streams, aren't you? Looks like you have reached influencer status. How do you know when you reach that? What is influencer status? Do you like hard-boiled eggs like Columbo? I do. And there's actually a dozen in the fridge that I need to peel, because I have chickens. And so I do hard-boiled eggs, and I do eat them. Cars in the 70s were so much cooler than today. I love the length and sheer size of them. In Ireland, we only see them at special weddings and state visits. Do you have a favorite? I really like all the cars in Columbo, because they just don't exist anymore. You just don't see them except at car shows. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me read these really fast, and then I'm going to go say thank you to these kind people. Your voice is so soothing, very easy to listen to. Thank you so much, Dudar. Speaking of bad movies, I've got a recommendation. Color Out of Space with the one and only Nicolas Cage. Oh, Nicolas Cage. He is something. I wish I had a Cannon's Lincoln Continental. The Lincoln Continentals are very cool. I like those. Deep dive into Love Boat series after doing all the Columbos. I appreciate the suggestion, Emmanuel. Cage, the best and worst actor of our time. I agree with that. That's good. Robert Kirkendall, a beautiful car for sure. Okay. Catheter end. No. Cage ruined Peggy Sue. Oh. Okay. Sleeping to her soothing voice. Thank you, Marshall. And sleeping to Forensic Files. That sounds fun. Slow Pace Games. Thank you so much. I wonder what currency NOK is. Slow Pace Games. Love what you do. I was on a Columbo binge when I found your channel. Oh, I'm so happy you found me. And Crow T Robot. Are you the actual Crow T Robot? Thank you so much for the gift. You will be in the credits. Splendid Design says, Love Boat, fun guest stars, awful show. Robert Andrews says, I think John C. Reilly could put a twist on the Columbo character. Noke is Norwegian currency. Oh. Yep, I've got Love Boat on my Plex. Exactly right. It's for the guest stars. Norwegian krone. Thank you. For a time, I drove a 74 Chevy Caprice 4-door. It was like driving around in a land yacht. Well, that sounds awesome though, Robert. What color was it? Well, I'm leaving in 1 minute. Okay? I hope you did get the smallest taste of what is involved. We got a picture of Peter S. Fisher here. We got our date up there. We got our script written. And our notes taken. You got to see all my files that I have all over the place, trying to stay organized. You got to see how we all together found a real location that looks just like the episode, which was cool. I love it. Is that the sign from the episode? Can't really see. See, you can actually go to here and see more dates. Let's back up a little bit in the time. Let's go to 2007. It's too blurry. 2009. It looks like it's a different sign. Yep. They have it lit up now. They got some neon lights. Look at that. It's doubled. Be an expensive penny if it was a penny. Yeah, they got neon signs now. So that was fun. And we got this word that someone said that I need to know how to say.
Scheveningen.
Because it's Dutch. And we translated a German title, an alternate title here, Snapshot for Eternity. And we looked at my ancestors' origin location. And yeah, we'll have Dick Van Dyke's face here. Actually, we should have a picture of Columbo with... There, we'll have that picture. Okay. Brown. It was a brown one. That's cool. With tan interior. Thank you for your work. 70s cars are the best. I need to watch this from the beginning. Well, I hope you have fun, Henry. Thanks, Shauna, for the fun stream. Now I'll watch your last episode tonight, and I will, of course, enjoy it and comment. Thank you, Splendid Design. You were a splendid company. You're here a long time. Who was here since the beginning of today? I mean, 5 hours ago. Who showed up 5 hours ago? Thanks, Shauna. Had a blast as always. Emerald Maiden, you were here a long time. Thank you for all your work. You're welcome, Loretta. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Revikra, thank you for a fun stream. Jean says, hard to work with 200 people looking over your shoulder and talking about everything but your work. Yep. It's fun, though. We saved some files to disk. Yep. Crow T Robot. It is you. Is that what those emojis mean? Thanks for everything, Shauna. Hope to catch more of your live streams in the future. Work and travel permitting. What is your favorite Magic the Gathering Commander card? Maronar. I like rat decks. I like rat cards. Rats. I like rats. And a lot of people think that's weird. I still use that term disk, even though it's probably solid state storage. Well, that's for if I had an SSD, but I have a NVMe as well. But I do have a hard disk drive in there. Holy cow, still going? I'm trying to leave, Feezer. I'm working on leaving right now. Thanks for the memories of being here with you. Yep. I've been in and out with work, but I've been here most of the time. Thanks, S-Job. Mark, hey, young lady, it's been a long time. Hi, Mark. We're working on leaving. Robert, it was live driving around in the land yacht. I love it. Same time zone, 4 hours. Bye, Shauna. Bye, Eclectic Gamer. Thank you for your kindness always. I was here earlier, then did grocery run, worked out, and you're still here. That is funny. I was here for the last 1.5 hours. Oh, the chat is going fast. You're all trying to help me say goodbye. The stream was very fun, thank you. Best channel on YouTube. Oh, thank you. How are you doing? What is going on with your life? Hopefully you're doing well. Well, if you want me to end the stream, I can't tell you everything that's been going on with my life, but a lot has been going on. Mostly just here on the farm. Lots of things have been happening here on the farm. Are you seriously still live? I admire your stamina. Yes, Becky. I'm trying to leave, Becky. American Tours says, I was here at the beginning also. So cool having longer streams like this. I'm glad you had a chance to enjoy it. Half Believer says, it was so long. I was here at the beginning, then took my mother to physical therapy and then came back. That's so funny. I love hearing everyone's errands they ran. And while I'm still here talking about trying to make a video. That's so funny. I've been grading homework the whole time. Well, good job, Mark. There's Doc Bones. He's always here. He's always, we're always giving cheers to each other. Gary McGregor says, got here at the sausage talk. I hadn't heard the phrase here in the mitten. Thanks for the great show. Happy to have this to keep me company. I'm glad, Mark. Have a wonderful day. Bye. Thank you for your answer and your video. More garden streams. I should go. My garden is soaking wet right now. I need to dig up a whole bunch of potatoes, but now I have to wait until it dries out. Eric says, wow, I completely missed it. It happens, Eric. I'll be back, though. I've been here from the start. Thank you for being here, Marvin, for the last 5 hours. Just one more thing, Antonio says. What? Emerald Maiden says, so long, farewell. And Emerald Maiden is singing it. We all love what you do. Be well. Thank you, Keith. You too. Matt says, adios. David says, thank you for everything you do, Shauna. Love you. Can't wait for your next adventure in TV land. Derek says, oh no, I just got here. I'm sorry, Derek. You got 5 hours to catch up on. Retro Mantic says, hasta luego. Mark says, be back soon, please. Mark says, thank you. Okay, now I've reached the end, so I am really going to go now. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I am grateful for each one of you very individual people, and you are that. You are not like everybody else, and that's awesome. So, I'm going to be serious about working on this episode, but you got the tiniest, the ittiest bit of taste of how I make a video, and I mean the smallest taste. And I'm sorry that it took me 5 hours to say about 10 minutes worth of information when it comes to making a video. But it seems like people seem to have fun. Bye, Robert. Oh, Billy Boy says, I literally demolished my whole kitchen while you were on. That's so funny. My kitchen's also demolished. Bye, Shauna. Looking forward to seeing your next episode. Thanks for the live stream. You're welcome, comrade. Serge says no. Mark says bye. George, thank you. Marvin, bye. Retromantic, I went to my dental appointment and had my root canal finished and rushed back to catch the end. Thank you. Dick Power says, longer streams about the time this one started would be great in allowing me to get home from work and still take part. Steve says, retired TV editor here. I know how much work it takes. Thanks, Steve. I appreciate that. Serge says, thank you. Ray says, I cut the grass and left you playing inside. So I was in your house while you were mowing. S Jab says, that was fun. Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay. Goodbye, everybody. And take care of yourselves until I get this video done. And you're all my favorites. My favorite people ever.